trying to figure out who I gotta watch out for right now. I know. No. Both of you, I think. Both of you.
This is my first tournament.
No, the Silent Ninja. No, you do. But
Okay, your first tournament?
It's our second day.
no, I really gotta watch.
Really? It's RFID, right? We don't have to put the card right here, right?
You have to put them in a box.
Like this. They didn't give me I didn't get no tutorial or nothing. My cards don't really matter. I don't know what I'm
We
doing.
can't even look it up on YouTube. They took it from
One box.
I didn't get that. You know, I wanted to send this to my mom. I said, just started it up. I can't even send it to her.
Yeah, we're only here for 2 hours, so you better let your fans something.
5 raises to 50. Yes, 5-0.
This moment vying for that $100,000 top prize. We've got a really exciting lineup for you here. Action starting off
6
right away.
raises to 225. Or, I'm sorry, 150. 150.
Open the action. Pocket trays raised to 50,000.
Blindfold.
Mack through the East 4 suited. Getting it going early. Trays are not going to be able to stand the heat.
Did you get the link?
Big one.
Our yellow 5K chips and the blue are the 25s. See a few red birds in there somewhere. Those are going to be our 100,000 units for those of you following along with the action. Big blind is 25K at this time with the 25K.
That's what you don't know about Florida, man.
Well, yeah, I
this
never
ain't New
go
York.
deep in
This ain't the Northeast. It's a little slower down here. They need that
Joe
extra time.
McKeon
There's no cold weather.
Our players today.
Like 5
Got
minutes.
2 main event champions at this time. Our current main event champion, Efson Jorgensen, in our 2 seed today. And Joe McKeon, the former main event champion, is going to be in our 7 seed right now. Justin Liberto, seasoned pro, regular down here in Hollywood. Limps in the small blind with pocket 10s. Stanley Lee in the big blind there. Has a king-queen suited, very likely to take his option here. Stanley's also among the leaders right now in the tournament, so I'm wondering if Justin has some ill intentions of trying to pick up some chips. Stanley does make a raise, chooses 90,000. I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't put in a raise. Playing about $1 million effective. He's got a few different options to choose this moment.
Too many. Oh.
All right, after a little bit of technical difficulties on my end, sorry about that. And Justin Liberto went for the limp in the small blind. Stanley took his option, made it 90,000 with his king-queen suited. Justin does put in a 3-bet, 265,000 now. Stands among our chip leaders to start the day. And it's another 175 if he wants to call.
Call.
And sure enough, he does complete. Big pot already, over 500,000 in there. Justin's got about 740 back, and 3 of a kind right on the flop, and an open ender for Stan. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't become a very large pot, probably all in. I think Justin needs to put a bet in here, but it can be very small. Does all the things it needs to do. Maybe even as small as 100,000, 125 or so. Again, it's very likely these players have a decent amount of history with each other, whether it's in this tournament itself or in others. These players have a decent resume and have put in lots of time at the tables. And Justin taking his time, cutting out his bet. And goes even a little smaller than I anticipated. 85,000 now. And certainly a couple different options available for Lee here. Calling is certainly fine. If he raises, it might not need to be all in. But if he does raise, he will certainly be committed when Justin goes all in. And he does just go for the call. So now we're over 700,000 in the pot. And queen on the turn is going to make a pair for Lee. If he was going anywhere before, he's definitely not going to be now. And Justin certainly doesn't love this card compared to what the other options could have been. However, he's certainly not going anywhere. He's still going to be trying to get all in. It's just a matter of how he wants to go for it. Of his 650 back,
Oh, you were exactly where I was seeing.
could very easily choose something like 200 here, so he has a shove on the river that might need to get looked up. He could definitely just go for it here if he thinks his opponent can call a few worse hands.
Clear your headphones, kid.
And looks like
No, actually.
205.
5,000.
Just like talking.
Very tough spot for Stanley Lee here. Top pair, open ender still. His top pair is no good. Can't even make trips. And there's certainly some chance his opponent has ace king. But this board does smash a lot of the hands that Justin will be limp raising with. And 205 is called. River card coming. Offsuit 7, gonna be a brick. And now it's only a matter of time before Justin is all in for his 450,000. And is Stan gonna be able to get away? It's very unlikely that Justin's gonna be bluffing here. The screen graphic shows an 8, but I do believe it was a 7 on the river. So a 9 does not make a straight. And
My charts on this one.
Seat 9, that's
Good on, man. I knew you have to
445,000.
count on you. That's the enforcer, bro. That's the enforcer.
Yes.
And Justin saves himself a chip behind. On one hand, if he gets called, he's going to lose a 5K chip he could have got otherwise. However, if that ever helps his opponent call by perhaps making his opponent think, hey, I'm bluffing here, so I'm going to save a chip in case I can climb the ladder after this hand and possibly try to spin it up, there is some incentive to leave a single chip behind sometimes. And a call is going to get made. 3 of a kind, 10s for Justin. Big pot, double up.
Huh?
You got a chip that you don't know about, like right in front of you. It's way off your table.
Just like that. Justin is, if he's not our leader, he's among them now. 2 million chip pot heading his way. Went for the limp raise and the triple barrel with his set and gets paid.
You got your chips back.
Yeah, no, it took you guys.
As you can see, we have some very prominent players at this table. Seat 2 is our current main event champion, Epstein Jorgensen. He was our $10 million champ this summer at the new Bally's WSOP. And one of the other main event champions at this table, we just happen to have so many of them, Joseph McKeon. You may know him from hoodie fame. He is crushing everything he touches these days. One of the top players in the game, inside and out. Multiple main event champions. And Roberto Albero, one of our locals here and regulars in Hollywood. Gonna muck the 5s up front. I actually like that. Those small pairs get really tricky. You got some really tough customers at this table. Those 5s are gonna get you in some trouble. And because it's a tournament, we have a new player moved to the table. We're gonna be getting his info real quick. But he has an ace jack and is looking to go with it.
This is to 260,000.
And not a lot of good cards behind. Ace jack's got one more to get through, and he is going to take the blinds. Welcome to the game.
Already show up.
Anyone else? Yeah, can I get a couple waters?
Water, yeah, please.
This is day 3 of the 5,300 main event here in Hard Rock, Hollywood.
15 small blind. You're the big blinds.
I wasn't sure if you
You guys are taking their drink orders.
Let me get a shot of tequila.
just in case.
Attaboy. Let's get a shot of tequila rolling for seat 5. All right, our new player, pocket 8s after that ace jack.
You what? You don't tell me that bad. I want to do it to you, John.
He's taking inventory now. Does he have too much to shove? Probably not. You make a case either way for an open or a rip. And he does decide to raise most of it. He is going to save himself a chip behind. So this actually, the chip behind, he did it last hand. I decided not to bring it up then, but if it's going to be a reoccurring thing, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up. So part of this is he doesn't want his opponents to call his all in. He would much rather his opponent raise to quote unquote finish putting him all in, because his opponent's raise adds a lot of value to his pot odds and his equity, where the blinds and antes will fold, and in this case he's going to steal the blinds again. Another 65,000 added to his stack. Back-to-back hands. It's going to help pay for these blinds and antes he's about to put in. So as I was saying, he would much rather, if he's all in, he would much rather have one of his opponents raised to 700,000 or so instead of just calling the 350. He would that helps him stay isolated and helps him stay heads up, and when you're short, those blinds and antes make a huge impact there. So we did have a queen 10 fold up front from Agnew. James Mack, he's not interested in folding the same hand, though. He's going to open it up.
6 raises to 50.
James, a long-term pro, someone I've known and played with quite a bit over the years.
7 and 8 fold.
Several big cashes here in Hollywood
9 fold.
and in the World Series of Poker.
1 fold.
Year and a half. Ever since MGM bought Borgata, they screwed it up. But ever since MGM took Borgata, they screwed it up. But open.
Was it MGM or COVID? I thought it was COVID.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Back. We're 2 years into it. Back.
Can we drop these?
So if they wanted to.
It certainly seems like they could by now.
And our big blind new player is going to defend. Queen 10 against the ace 5. Both players are going to brick.
4 checks.
I would expect Mackie to fire a bet here.
Decided Poker wasn't worth it. But we have, we're getting a foot in the door. I can't say much more than that. There's a foot in the door, so it might come back.
6 bets
You got the
40,000.
insides good.
And he chooses 40,000. That's going to get it done. Both players miss. And position is king.
When's the last time you've been there?
The last time we took the
Chip counts, as you can see. Jorgensen near the bottom, 385,000. Still plenty of chips to work with at the 25K big blind. Various players on the leaderboard.
Better have a winner's not gonna do 400. As long as you come to Seminole, I'll stick around.
That's what I
You
mean.
got
Get
to,
some
man.
lessons from
I don't learn PLO when I play, so you
Kobe
should
Covington.
play without learning.
6
Joe McKeon mucking the 9-8 off.
She's announcing
She has to say all of our actions.
I just said something was exposed.
All right, pocket fives for Mari.
No one else is going to win this spot. Could be you. Can't be James. Can't be me either. We suck.
Rays coming 65,000 with the pocket fives.
Justin can't win.
9 folds.
Supposed to pair to you, man.
Pocket fours for Lee. Still has 900 and change.
And it's on TV, so you can't let.
It's tough to take a big hit right when the day starts.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Got to shake it off, get it out of your head. And ace king. And I'd be surprised if it's anything but all in here. He is up to 500,000.
4 goes all in.
Excuse me, he was at 340. Excuse me, I was looking at the wrong player. Mari has 500. And in the big blind, another ace king.
5's all in.
And he is going to isolate. Fives are likely to get out of the way.
8 folds.
And same hand. Most of the time, this is going to be a chop.
Do you really need to do anything special with these cards or wait or?
You're ahead.
You fold spades? You fold spades?
Where's that?
Four hearts.
I never stood a chance.
And just in case we wanted some more fun, 3 of a kind kings for each player. Still a chop. Not enough diamonds for either one.
Right?
Can you give me
At least it
5
ain't queens.
5,000 at a time?
Zoom in on these gamblers, would you? Jesus.
Pre-flop.
Both players are a little disappointed and a little relieved to chop that pot.
Big players fold big hands. Told you yesterday.
Yeah, but you said he wasn't a good player, and then he.
Well, we didn't know. He told me that he didn't fold a big hand or something, so we didn't know which side of the coin it was. Either it was a small hand or a bad player.
Medium hard, medium rare.
That's what we agreed upon. Medium rare.
You said medium well. Now you're changing the story.
And Joe McKeon, king 10 offset up front. In the muck. And pocket aces for Mari. Just got 3 and 4 bet off the last hand, but now Sammy, let's see if he chooses 65 or if he mixes it up. And Looks like he went down to 60 if I saw that right.
60,000.
Yep. Not wanting anyone to go away. Couple trash hands behind.
4 folds, 5 folds.
And James Mackey with the Jack 4 in the muck. And takes it down. Sure, he was wishing he had those aces last hand.
Correct.
You got it back.
That was my exact thoughts.
You were less this time too, so it worked out better. You went 60 last time, 65 this time. That would change any of the action.
Never know. Might have spooked him.
Man, James was too good. James just had a bad hand. James ain't one to give up a big line like that.
And Mari another pocket pair. This time Trey's in the first seat.
They pop off these WPT videos every once in a while. I think they just showed the one you won. And they kept calling you like a defender and a tough ass play.
Gonna muck this one. Don't blame him.
9 folds.
Liberto gonna muck the 7 high.
Back in the old days, you had before the days three in the work.
Fold for Jorgensen.
You guys took me today, you're out here, or you're sucking out.
4 folds.
And on the button, looking for raising chips, and he does.
5 raises to 60,000.
Queen 10 offsuit. Opens on the button for 60. James Mackey considering his options. And going with the call.
7 folds.
King Jack offsuit calls. And McKeon's going to get out of the way with the Jack Deuce. 2 players heads up. And Nick's going to flop a queen, giving him the best hand.
5 bet 65,000.
Going to fire a bet here. And Mackey's going to let it go.
Play tighter than you though. You called more than I had to call.
That was a mistake.
Clearly you lost. I was gonna fold whether you called or not. The deuce in my hand. I was good.
We will call on the action here at the 5,300 featured table here at Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood.
We're like 10-9 suited.
Down to 4 or 5 tables left. Several other tables in the main room.
One guy with those on.
9
Good
folds.
luck. Thinking he's gonna try to bluff him, you crazy.
1 fold.
Especially because 30 minutes later he's gonna know.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
James Mackey reaching for chips on the button. Gonna open it up for the men. Pocket aces. And Joe McKeon. Pocket 5s in the small blind. I'm expecting a 3-bet here a reasonable amount of the time. But inaccurate for me. Joe with the flat call.
7 calls.
Ace-8 offsuit in the big blind here. He might be looking at his reshove options. It's very attractive right now. 25K ante in there, 50K and 50K is small and big, and
8's all
it
in.
is going to be a tough battle here for Mari. He's all in. Ace-8 offsuit. James with the fake count request. He's hoping McKeon has a big hand that he called with here. Doing a little acting. Oh, look at the card shuffle like he's not interested.
All in.
555.
6 is all in.
He's gonna fucking get in there for that price.
8 folds.
And aces are in a huge lead.
That's a really
7% hand, the ace-8 off.
call that was bolder than that. You go all in, call you take this on great play. Might as well punish me.
I understand where Mari's coming from here. A lot of chips out there for him to go get, but he is going to be eliminated. Useless 8 for him on the end. James Mackey, timing is everything. Picks up pocket aces on the button with the knockout. Just like that.
How big blind is
Well,
it?
I showed like 6 straight big blinds in a row over the position open yesterday, so I was kind of calling.
I was just telling him that was a dead small blind.
So it's like reasonable to.
We'll have just one big this hand.
I was gonna want to put tyrant too if I called him. And I came and I lost. We were all 2 days right off the flush for it.
Stan's going to start the action up front. Ace Queen offsuit.
Well, I knew you had aces, so I went into 5, but Malad didn't know that. So I thought if I hit the 5, I'd win all your chips.
And you would have on most boards.
There's a chance of it.
One raises to 55,000.
And he's going to raise 55,000 up front. Jorgensen out of the way with his 5 high. Couple trash hands in the muck.
5 fold. 6 fold. 10 fold.
What'd you start with, Stan?
9.
And Roberto is the big blind here. Would be a bit of a loosey defend, but certainly nothing wrong with it. Gonna call the 55.
Shit, so when you raise them, it's probably got to go in the spots.
I'll probably want to look at my card. He raised.
And King 10-4.
Already looked at your cards, you were raised already.
Ace high against the jack high. Justin's also not able to make his jack. If he does, it would give Stan a straight.
Didn't know enough. Too much money somewhere.
So got him in a headlock here with just ace high.
Still playing the side case, so you don't need it. At least you want it. Maybe not need it.
Another 50,000.
I don't even know the taking the spot.
And no ill intentions for Liberto. He's gonna let it down.
Pero I've had it for like 10 plus years and never understand it. Never get it. It's quite the way. And it looks like a moon brand or something. Something you get out of a magazine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Shit like that.
There's a big blind stand.
On the small blind call, it's
Anybody got it?
and it's never called.
Chip counts as you can see on the screen. Play continues here.
What do you do if I shove pre with your 10s?
Shoot the river, bud.
You pay him 5,000 more. Is what happens.
It's a nut flop for you, bro. I almost put you all in on the flop.
I don't think he's gonna fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say 5,000.
And Jorgensen opening for the min, 50,000.
For you, man.
Cooler hand there.
4 and 5 fold. 6 fold.
Got me.
And Joe McKeon, ace 10 offsuit on the button.
Everything else off my body.
Gonna double check the math, see how he wants to play it. Gonna lay it down. Early position open. Gets a little dicey when the stacks are shallow.
9 fold.
Actually,
1 fold.
And takes it down. Didn't quite catch that one.
I want to do it. I want to be paid for it.
To a final players?
The world. I would have, if my father said, Bill, help me understand. Yes. Because he folds everything at all
3
times.
folds.
Albero gonna lay down the jack high.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
Joe McKeon, King 10 suited. Definitely expect this to get opened up.
Then raises to 50,000.
Indeed.
9 folds.
Trash for Justin. Stan's probably getting another way. And 5-4 for our main event champ. He is going to risk another 25K to try to hit the flop.
That's what we want right here.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate you thinking about us. And a pair for Jorgensen and a flush draw for Joe McKeon.
That's 40,000.
Jorgensen's going to check it over Joe with the 40K C-bet. Playing 375K back. There's some incentive for Jorgensen to check raise here. Sometimes he has the best hand. He certainly has a very short stack. He'd like to make some accumulate. Joe's likely going to be firing quite wide. He is not aware that Joe is a flush draw, of course, and Joe is certainly not going anywhere if he does get check raised. And he is reaching for raisin chips. Not all in raisin chips, though. Looking like 115 is the current action. Looking like about 260 back. And action's back on Joe.
That's what they want.
And raise coming. All in.
That's 1 million chips.
And fold. Gonna lay it down. That check raise allowed him to find out where he's at, and when he's beat, he was able to get away, save some chips, and
Yeah,
still
but
be in the tournament.
Again, that's what the world wanted. So. Man of the people.
I really appreciate you thinking about us, Joe. You have always been the people's champ, at least to me. Chip leader coaching shirt for Joe McKeon. Chance Corneth and many others behind the scenes there.
You had aces. You didn't get to see the flop. That's when you get to see the flop. Look how Justin, who is an aggressive, tricky player, folded the button when I raised the cutoff. You know, I appreciate that, Justin. If you went all in, I would have folded pre-flop.
Cards offsuit added up to 5.
Four folds.
We did the math.
I undersuited and added up to 20, so we're rough.
5 and 6 folds. 7 folds.
6-4 suited for Justin. Looking interested, and he is going to pump it up to 50.
Let me put headphones on, James. I got a speech today.
7 deuce on the button for Stanley.
1 fold.
Not interested. And ace 10 for Jorgensen. I would be surprised if he is not all in this hand.
It's like sometimes
He's got about 10 big blinds. Justin could be opening pretty late. He should be in an all-in or fold scenario, which is probably why Justin was so willing to open here. Jorgensen's not going to really be able to get out of line after he just check raised and had to fold to McKeon. He is all in. Big blind, gonna get out of the way.
3 folds.
265. 265 is the number. I believe that's right.
And Justin making sure he doesn't have to call.
Somewhere around there.
Probably not going to. Well, upon further review, let me see a little bit here. 210 to call. And thinks it over, decides against it. And scoop it up. Liberto, chip leader at the table, 1.9 million. Mackey right behind, 1.6. It's still anybody's game.
They weren't overlapping these cards.
We'll flip over like 9, and they're like, what the
Well, yeah.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Get the 20.
Who doesn't?
7 raises 50,000.
Joe McKeon opening up 9-8 suited. He's playing about 1.3 million. And our main event champion as of today, Georgeson, Ace Jack on the button. He is going to be all in over McKeon's open.
3 folds. 4 folds. 7 folds.
And takes it down. Joe with the fold. Don't forget, 2 events today here at Seminole Hard Rock Poker Hollywood. 1100, 500,000 guarantee at 11 a.m. And the 25K high roller started at noon just a little bit ago. 2 million guarantee there.
You gave him 50 plus the 5.
Lots of players bring the high stakes to battle here in Florida. Tuesday, we also have a $10,000 buy-in 500K guarantee to close out the series. Make sure you check that out.
6 raises to 50,000.
And James Mackey, Queen 10 suited in first position, gonna open. And right next door, Joe McKeon, Ace King offsuit.
7 folds.
And Joe goes for the flat call for 50,000. Very, very tricky. Joe is likely trying to trap the players behind.
2 folds.
Also, he believes in his post-flop game more than just about anybody, so he is likely to take some tricky lines and try to splash around a little bit. And Roberto gonna flat the button, ace tray offsuit, looking to get in there and chip up. And McKeon's play is looking very appropriate right now. Ace queen offsuit for the short stack. This 490K is going in. And Joe McKeon's licking his chops. And Mackey with the Queen 10 here.
335.
335.
Yes.
And Joe
All in.
crunching some numbers. All in.
I swear I didn't want to pick up a hand because we
3
flatted
folds.
there. I swear I just wanted to look down at garbage just because we flatted.
And his first read was right, but couldn't go through it. Ace Queen a little bit too strong there with his stack.
You got a shot.
And Joe McKeon still ahead with the Ace King high. Joe's got the only club, and that Queen of Clubs is not the right one. Our C4 is eliminated. Joe McKeon with the knockout, getting tricky with the Ace King, flats it, and gets the short stack to shove the worst hand.
Stream pressure made me do it.
I would like the same amount of chips you would eat in that hand if I was in your spot.
The man, the myth, the legend, Joe McKeon,
You'd have no chips, but
putting on a clinic as usual.
next round is all I guess.
Find someone that looks you the way Justin looks at Joe stacking his chips.
I'm playing next.
These guys are tired, I'm sure. Even though it's in the morning, these have been long days. These tournaments do drain you. Action continues, 7-hand on our table.
If I called flop, I could win the hand. If I don't, you win the hand. He had some. You win there too.
7 folds.
What are you cooler people like usual?
I induced that shit. You see that? If I re-raise James, he's gonna fold ace queen.
I missed it.
That's right, Joe.
That's what you needed to get commented.
1 folds.
You gotta create your own luck sometimes, right, Joe?
Something about how I play ace king, man.
3 folds.
Sometimes.
Queen on offsuit in the small blind. 65,000 to raise. James Mackey in the big. Both players are playing 1.2 million effective. James has him covered slightly. Gonna defend. And our players are checking their cards. Oh, we got a mirror match. Same hand. 9, queen, queen 9. And James Mackey technically with the best hand. He has the better backdoor diamond draw. Mostly irrelevant at this point. And the C-bet's gonna take it down.
What do you got now?
First player to bet's gonna win a lot in those scenarios.
No. Or less. I just counted and I already forget.
He said 1-8, but he did.
That's probably what happened. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Actually,
16 and then whatever yours is. Plus this. About 18.
Don't forget to check out pokernight.com. We got a crypto accessory. If you want to connect your MetaMask browser, start watching our streams, you will earn EAT tokens. Those tokens will accumulate value as you watch. Very cool feature. Don't be afraid to hit us up in the chat if you have any questions on that. All right, Stan's got an ace-8 suited. He is going to open it up. 55,000.
Yeah, you see stacks and stuff. Especially when you're down to like final two tables. And you're in like 10th place. You know,
Right there.
you know? Yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying.
like right now, you'd be walking around with 37.
No, I probably wouldn't care.
7-fold.
But, I mean, it will be an issue when
Yeah,
down
what
to
is
two
that?
tables.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Hopefully they get rid of this crap or bring everyone in here or whatever.
And ace-8's going to take it down.
Of course not. But it's like a game integrity issue. Well, that might be the wrong choice, but it's like it's like a massive disadvantage for everyone in the tournament.
I guess like
What
two
is?
tables would be
Like when you get down to 3 tables and one table's in here and the other 2 are in the other room,
Yeah,
you know,
it is
like
kinda
you want to
fucked
see stacks and stuff,
Yeah,
you can't.
I know.
You can't even like get on our phones and like look or like ask someone to.
there should be a
you know?
clock around here, though, at
There's
least.
a clock behind you, but that's it. That's not the point though, because you have 25 bigs, for instance, later in the tournament, you're getting close to a pay jump, and like you want to see if there's like any 10 big blind stacks on the other table that might go before you.
Yeah, it's facts.
You're smart enough to know this crap, we all are. So.
1-fold.
He asked me if I was going to fold those 10s.
Yeah, that's a good point. That was a dog shit question, Stan.
I'm a
That was a
dick.
dog shit question. You already did, but that was a dog shit question.
He might fold it, though. It's like almost 40 big blinds.
Bro,
6-3.
Chill.
have you ever met Justin? He's not a folder, man.
No, that's why I called.
I'm sure.
Yeah, talking about the hand early, right when the stream started, Justin had 10s against the king-queen suited for Stan.
There was a heart out there.
Justin flopped a set on a jack 10x, and queen gave Stan top pair on the turn that he
7
w-
200,000.
decided to double Justin up with.
Jack 10. He limp 3-bet.
And James Mackey opens 50K on the button, jack 10 offsuit, and Joe McKeon with the 3-bet 200,000. Last time Mackey opened here, he flatted 5s in the small. Mackey also had aces then, and would have much preferred Joe to 3-bet at that time.
Yeah, well, you get 3 bets for playing these kings.
3 bets a suited blackjack this time because it was suited. So. Yeah. So I wanted to call, but the problem is Justin's going to make it 225, and I'm
started
going to be
the
inclined to
stack
call
and
and just play a stupid pot out position.
started
And
the
I
stack
had the
and
king
started.
3 off, so yeah, it was a candidate.
Ace
Very
10
big
of
pot
diamonds,
on day one.
Really big blind.
you know?
These players have a lot of history with each other.
You know, I can't lie about that.
2 cards, you know, aces. One is more than 10 then, so good.
I did have aces.
Yeah, you had aces. Of course he had
And I-
aces. And he thanked
And
for
I
a
got
minute
him
on the
to
river.
bluff it off. On the
Yeah, aces
it
are
was
key.
beautiful.
I got the same speech.
was
Oh, go like a fool.
I don't think I could play. And then you
gave
said
him
you were
the
going to go
check
all in
on
on
the
the jack
aces.
eye flop.
On the 5-3 queen king 5. I don't know if I can hold these aces.
I mean, I've never fought.
I was ready
I just had to give you a speech just in case
Yeah, I
you
love
had
the
it.
speech.
And another raise for Mackey.
You did call a
Play my
4-bet
cards
pre-flop,
this
so
way.
you could have had good.
No, I know for sure. I know. It is. It was,
Stan ace-9 off in the big blind.
It's a little different when it's full range and there's like 3 guys behind every side and all that. You know? And we're deep.
He is going to defend. And a total whiff for Lee. Jack 8-5 with 2 clubs. His backdoor 9 would make a flush if it came, but gonna check it over to James.
I still haven't earned a 100K chip. That one from calling up and that one from changing the deal.
6 bets 50,000.
Another 50.
This is the only time we should actually color up some of these chips.
And gonna lay it down.
And
show them now before they're folded?
If this person knows what's in your stack.
I play left-handed, so like they're just in trouble. Sorry, bro. Like you're gonna have to. I'm not moving.
You're not getting your cards completely in the box every time. Can you
Oh
just
my
make sure
God.
that
You, James,
They
come on. I
fold
want to
it,
see what
right?
you're
One
folding to.
penalty?
You might be lying to me about what you're folding.
I've seen him do it intentionally.
Yeah.
Why, what happened?
Security.
He's not showing his
Have to be in the
cards.
box. Isn't that- Somebody said that?
They don't
Somebody
have
called
to
the gaming
read.
commissioner.
You've never played before.
Where are you from?
Malad?
Kansas
You know
City.
Malad, right?
Yeah, of course.
You kind of have like an accent sometimes. It's weird.
So he's from
City
Kansas.
Yes.
City accent.
The old Kansas City accent.
A lot of out-of-towners here. On the
Yeah, but
side.
anybody do
And a couple local Florida guys. Remember that? You and him. Who? You and him. You're from Florida too, right?
Yeah, I'm from here.
Yes, you're local. You're from here too, so you're local.
Yeah, my first tournament.
Well, you got a European, you got someone from like Vegas, you got someone from Maryland, you got someone from Pennsylvania, you got someone from Kansas. So full.
They don't believe him, right? First
Poker is a melting pot.
Against the pros.
You sure don't believe it?
East Coaster as well.
First tournament? No. Nobody my first tournament is.
Am I the only one with a job?
That's probable.
I had a job.
That's good.
Playing this.
It's always good. Yeah, that goes in here.
And Nick allegedly has a job. Most of our players aren't familiar with that.
The most diesel guy I've seen, so.
Okay.
Not the most cut.
Yep, got it.
The most diesel.
This guy.
Sure, he's stronger.
That's true. You guys got the
And exchanging some
thing is,
flexes back and forth.
I'll give you a tip right now.
Dealer's ready to go now.
Arms, right?
Yeah.
So, and you can, well, you get to go back and look at the live stream if you want. So not a damn person here is going to try to bluff you. Because they know. They're going to be freaking intimidated. They might bluff you when they get them up
I'm
their
not
cards,
scared.
and then you'll never
You
know.
guys are.
Yeah. Those
Stangley's
arms,
run
trust,
away.
trust me. If they bet into you,
Joe,
they got it. They don't want any trouble.
I'm almost certain Joe is
Threatened
setting up
8
a
times
future
by a
bluff
friend
here.
yesterday, and I still, yeah,
Still
I
kept
mean,
bluffing him,
don't
I'm
want any
sure.
trouble.
What was that about?
that?
I saw he left the room saying
I don't
like
think I can.
something about angle
How are
shooting
you?
and cheating.
There was none of that. I raised pre-flop, he missed it. He put in enough for a min raise.
Oh.
And then he tried to take it back and call.
Call?
He missed my open,
Okay.
so it's his
Raise
fault,
and call. It was
obviously.
65?
So it's his fault. obviously,
And
he missed my
open
He
ace
put in
king
enough
offsuit
to
up front.
Make it a min raise, so I had the floor come over and make it a min raise. I re-raised, he called. The flop game, I bet he raised. I went all in, he folded. On top of which, other people in the hands that weren't in the hand started talking about the situation because he was mouthing off when I went all in, pissed off, and like eventually someone called the clock on him. That wasn't me. He got super pissed off. Like he was swearing that guy off too.
Who's the older guy that dressed well?
I wouldn't say well, but I mean, thick, heavy French accent. Supposedly.
Heads up.
And the ace king against the pocket seven's going to a flop.
Yeah, you're just this all day.
That's 100.
Ace improves Faro barrel.
Yeah, he just seems like a scumbag.
That's 100 and gonna take it down.
But like the thing is, like I mean, he's not, when we broke the table, he's
Fun
in the
kid?
seat to my left on the league table, and like 10 minutes after that hand, where I'm playing a pot where he's not involved, and like randomly, like we're like 2 minutes to break or something, I'm on the button, checks to me, and I'm considering betting, and I bet, and he just starts mouthing off, like in the middle of a three-way pot that he's not involved in. Fold, whatever. We get to the turn, same thing, check, I bet again, and like 3 minutes later, at this point we're like 2 minutes into break, he just starts swearing at me again. And like he's over here, I'm playing against the guy to my right, so I'm not looking at him, I'm doing this the whole time, and he's over here. I had to like call the floor and tell him like, yo, this is,
Raise, 50.
I called the floor after the fact.
He was super pleasant at our table. He was like super nice.
Yeah,
to
I know, he was
everyone.
running well, I guess.
McKeon's not here to make friends, as we're gonna see here with the likely 3-bet coming.
Re-raise.
Indeed, he did flat the ace king
160.
before. This one's a little bit of a different situation, I think. Not as many short stacks, not as many people looking to rip it in. And Mackey with a big hand here.
Like he just
Very curious to see how he wants to play this.
swearing at me and shit. And telling me how like I couldn't understand the majority of it because it actually was too heavy for me. It
And
is-
he's gonna go with the flat call for 160. Couple big hands going to the flop. And a miss for McKeon. Jacks are still in the lead. The queen is going to freeze action a little bit, at least in theory. It's a concerning card for both players.
Bet
Joe
20.
knows he needs to go ahead and fire a bet here on the flop. 90K, nice and tiny. And James is not going to be going anywhere yet. Curious to see how the action goes on the turn. And King is going to make that decision quite easy for Joe. Joe is expecting to have the best hand the vast majority of the time now, and James does not like that card. Whatever weaker hands he was hoping Joe had, sometimes those now hit a king, some of those ace king, some of those other hands. But Joe's looking to get value from weaker hands, but now he's trying to figure out what weaker hands are going to be able to continue here.
That's 260,000.
This is not going the way Mackey intended. Board has run out pretty ugly. It's going to be a tough spot to call here. I don't expect him to. Folding jacks to Joe McKeon's face is not something any of us want to do. That I agree with. Yeah, even if Mackey wanted to turn his hand into a bluff, he just has a hand that is not the type of hand you want to be doing it with. Doesn't have many outs if called.
Fine, good.
Another pot to Joe. If you're with us here, make sure you hit us up in the YouTube chat. I'll be trying to check it out as much as I can. Get in with the questions. And looking like two new players getting in the mix. I'll get their information as soon as we can.
Same here. What did you try to bluff me with? Something recently? Oh, yeah.
Raise to 50,000.
James Mackey, ace queen offsuit. Definitely going to play this one.
That was a while ago. That was before WSOP.
Ooh, don't forget your stunner shades.
Since WSOP.
Can't read someone's soul without proper UV protection, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember.
Re-raised. 150.
On the table and 3-betting like that?
Couple folds behind. 150,000 is the 3-bet. We are on the feature table here at Seminole Hard Rock Poker main event. The final table will be tomorrow. Getting caught up on the graphics here.
We draw at 27. Maybe we get through 9 more people before we get to 2 hours.
This is point two, right?
Big line. 80 piece.
27 for the store. I mean, every second's kind of shallow-ish to start today. We're even 40 big, so like, I'm not surprised we lost like 10 people already in the first level.
And James and Joe muck up front. Our new player in 8, fresh off his 3-bet, and take it down. Gonna muck Justin.
Raised to 50,000.
Liberto, king queen offsuit, gonna pump it up 50,000. Folds around the small blind. And blinds are gonna muck.
And now we can call. You've been great too. You got like 2 million too, right? Maybe a little less. I'm blind. They can call me because you got 2,000. You got a little less. This guy, that's what 100 is. To me.
We do have more action coming up here in Hollywood the next few months. Don't be afraid to check us out. Coming up, WPT main event in August, excuse me, in November during the
We don't know who
Thanksgiving.
all over here.
3500 main event, November the 16th through the 30th, held in the ballroom. You're going to want to check out the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Rock and Roll Open. And before that, here in September, Everglades Poker Open, September the 14th through the 25th in the poker room. Don't be afraid to check those out.
Raise.
Close out the year. Fun in the Sun series, December 26th through the 30th. That one is a lot of fun. I was just talking to Bill Mason about how that one always had a special place in my heart with all the out-of-towners and people punting between Christmas and New Year's. You love to see it. In the meantime, Stanley Lee opening up 55,000 with the ace-queen offsuit. Nick Agnew, our recreational player, wanting to play the Jack-8, but deciding against it. James Mackey, pocket fours in the big, gonna make the call. To the flop we go.
Advice. I don't know why you're laughing. Like, I get it. I know we had a big... It's not that, but like, you know what I'm saying, man. You'd be life tilted if like you're playing on
And this is going to be fireworks. James Mackey flops the set.
and like all of a sudden, everyone
Stanley, ace-queen, pair of aces, top pair, top kicker. Against James flatting in the big blind.
Or, sorry.
It's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be tough for him to put James on ace-king, so the only two pairs he's worried about are king-4, ace-4.
Your phone is just in limbo.
Set of fours, of course. 45,000 from Stan.
Heads up.
James going with the flat call, trying to keep his perceived range wide, make his opponent think he's got a lot more worse hands than he really does. Seven of spades are relevant to both players. Now Stan's got 750 or so back. There's already 440 in the pot. I would imagine he's going to want to try to go for three suits of value, and I'm imagining his sizing here is going to determine whether or not he's going to try to go for it on the
That's
river.
145.
145 is the bet. Couple different options available for James. Clearly raising is fine. You have an amazing hand. You almost certainly have the best hand, a hand that if you're losing, you're willing to lose all your chips with. But what is the best way to get those chips? If your opponent likes to blast, it might be calling down. That's exactly what he does here. Jack of spades on the end. Check from Mackey. He's laid the trap. Stan, top pair, top kicker with 600,000 back into this 700K pot. Backdoor spades do get there. I don't really think Lee is all that worried about ace-jack, but he doesn't look like he wants to value bet this river. He is going to check it. Three of a kind. James left some money on the table there. Very, very good check by Stanley. Trying to preserve his tournament life. Thought it was a little bit too thin. Didn't want to run into something like that.
If you look on the bright side,
Yeah, Stan say 5,000 from Justin because he didn't go on
That's lucky.
flop, and now he didn't bet the river.
What a cool
Look at his skill, man.
Thank God he didn't raise flop.
well, I didn't think it was a come runner flush.
Yeah, board didn't go exactly as James intended, but it's also hard for him to know that Stan has a hand that's able to call that turn check raise. It's going to send a lot of strength out there, and it's going to be hard
Similar thing
to have a worse hand want to look you up for another 600 there. So I don't blame James for going for the check call.
they took my ID and
I mean, sometimes in tournaments your opponents have a complete air ball. Could have had like a, you know, one pair king with like a six kicker or something that he was just trying to fire off with, hoping to get you to fold a one pair ace.
and then I had to stand there for an hour.
Oh, that like
Because
just happened, right?
Yeah, for
Dude,
chalk top.
Yeah, what the heck, man? They
I
gotta
was like,
get
Jesus,
that shit.
and they couldn't.
Raise to
And
55.
Nick Agnew gonna bump it up. Jack 9 offsuit, 55,000.
My possessions.
James Mackey in the small blind. Ace tray suited.
Like, that just seems really dumb. And
Players tend to 3-bet this a lot because they want to play it, but calling is quite sketch and does lead to a lot of problems.
Is that your chip?
So, We'll use a
Three
little
raise?
bit in our
180?
re-raising range, and sure enough, as anticipated, 180 the 3-bet. Gonna take it down.
Okay, so 15, 30. Thank you.
Blinds are going up 15 and 30,000 now.
Got it.
If we start talking positive about the World Series or WPT, they'll probably tell us to stop because the season's over. And if we keep bashing them, we can talk about them until the season ends.
Action continues with our feature table.
Really enjoy the WPT and don't have much better things to say. Although I think the 50K starting stack over 40
Justin
is
Liberto
shit.
been quiet recently, mostly card related, I'm sure.
Raise
Gonna
to
open the ace-8 suited.
If you're watching the stream, you know what you need to do.
Couple trash hands hitting the muck. Same hand, ace-8 chop also in the muck. Aggression helps, and being suited also helps. And raise and take for the ace-8.
Seems nonsensical. You burn those chips. You deserve it.
15 and 30.
Everyone give it a
Blinds are up.
Have you stand and think about that longer?
Our seed 8 opponent, Lawfer, has 2.3 million as well, similar to Joe. Could be some fireworks. Justin's got a big stack in that corner as well.
Why do I always run like shit on live streams?
You need your cell phone so you can vent to other people, because we don't care.
And our current main event champion, ace-6 suited,
To these things. We should get you one more show.
Bottom
I'm
6
serious.
on me, 2 seconds.
playing in the 400K range.
What is going on?
Makes no sense.
Definitely is a profitable shove, but isn't more profitable than going to the next hand. That's what he's trying to decide.
You had an ace, king, ace, queen, and your river to queen.
And
Raise.
open for 60K.
60.
It happened. You missed it, but it happened. I just happened to make a flush, so it was all good.
James Mackey, same hand, ace-6 suited. Gonna be tough for him to continue here. Trash for Joe on the button.
You hit a king. That's
True.
unlucky.
You folded as soon as the king came.
And king-7 offsuit for Liberto in the big blind. 30K more.
Have a lot of good cards to bet on.
Looks like Jorgensen has about 300 and change back, 350 or so. And Justin's gonna make the call. Go to a flop. Ten, 5 tray. Bricks both players. I'd expect our champion to bet here and probably pretty small.
I kind of wanted to check the king. But I never really did. Whatever, I should be betting the king turn on board. So you gotta call another. Queen jack, you can call another.
That's 75.
He doesn't go small. He sizes up a little bit. 75,000. And gonna get through. Ace high was the best hand, but certainly wasn't something he was thrilled about. Nothing Justin could do about it.
Didn't think so. I don't know if you call the reader. I think it's a good play to your left. Sorry, I burned it a little bit.
And after picking up that pot, our champ's gonna fold the 9-8 offsuit. And seat 4, our new player, I'm gonna go with Grax. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name.
One of the best things that ever happened to me.
Got a Jack 10 offsuit here.
You're the only person on the table that was any good besides me.
Playing around 500K right now. Gonna lay it down.
On the final table was a big chip
the million maker.
You're right. Justin was there too.
Yeah, the ace is the first card river hit.
What year was that?
What? 18.
Stan thinks
19?
he's Mr. Million Maker.
Yeah. Bro, he's finally played with the fucking Millionaire Maker twice. You're
Really?
dog shit compared to Justin.
I-
And you're trying to call him on the
almost
river
two.
with aces, thinking they're good or things, whatever you got.
What do you have, Stan? 600?
Yeah.
No, you got me super deep in one of them too. Like final 3 tables. I remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
Where I knew you were a nit, so my shove was dog shit. Nah, I was standard. I'd do it again.
Raise. 95.
Liberto going after it, 9-4 offsuit in the small blind.
95. Yes.
Stan has been taking some beats. He has been a little cautious at this point, but he is not going to be cautious with his king queen. He is going to be ready to party. And Justin chose 95,000, a little more than a 3x blind versus blind out of position.
For the 45 minutes I was there. So, play up my chance for the nation.
I'm all in.
All in.
640.
And raise all in. Should get a quick fold from Justin.
They should have said 640.
Okay. All in.
And a call the all in.
Okay. Heads up. One all in. No more
And
option.
ace 9 against the king queen. All right, we had the graphics slightly wrong in there.
Saying what I think. You're in the
Queen on the flop for Stan. Gonna give him the lead for now. 6 gonna brick. And an ace on the river with the knockout. Justin Liberto. And a very ugly day for Stanley Lee. Came in with a big stack and Justin just tortured him.
I wanted to sometimes. I don't want to needle him after that run
Sounds
out,
good.
man.
Make sure you're not grabbing anybody else's phone.
I wanted to say something, but I didn't.
Okay.
I
So
like
one
Stan
big
a lot,
blind.
too. I like you both. I was rooting for Stan because I'd rather Stan have the chips than you.
And we're gonna have one big blind in his hand.
Put me in more spots than Stan probably would. Like if Stan does it, I'm a little more sure of myself.
Blind versus blind does get ugly sometimes. Those mediocre hands get a little stronger. Ace 9, a slight favorite against that king queen, and was able to hit the ace on the river for the knockout. Liberto among the leaders now.
Can you tell me this on the river? That was nice.
Couldn't even see it. Just peel off, so see what happens. Just look at your face and
Queen was right in the
get
window.
to feel
so-
more when you watch it on there.
Queen was,
But
Raise
Queen was right
to
in the
60.
window. It was
And
very
king jack offsuit. Albero
Also,
gonna
I think
open it
we
up.
should stand like that. Just seems
Grax
like
next
we
door.
screwed up a couple hands.
Queen jack in the muck.
Do the winner.
He said you're on stat on that.
That's a good point. Very true. We got more chips than Justin now.
And king 10 on the button for Justin. This is a hand that can definitely be argued a few different ways, depending on who you are.
You're not gonna let one go at least? I guess not.
And
Raise,
Liberto reaching for
170.
chips with the 3-bet.
170?
170.
As it is, we have the current main event champion on our table and a former main event champion as well.
Those are tough.
Best of the best around here.
Yeah.
No doppelgangers here, the real deal.
What's left of us, yeah.
As Ja Rouge pointed out, I keep punting his name. I will get that corrected as soon as possible. Cine Styles says he should be out there enjoying life instead of grinding. Oh, no, sir. That $10 million comes with a gigantic tax bill. You need as many write-offs as you can. He will do his relaxing next year, I promise. But this year, my man is on the road, I assure you.
I was gonna speech play back to him, but I thought the speech ended the hand for sure. What's it?
I whispered in James' ear I was rooting for a shove so bad.
Let's see the Hollywood. Come on, we're gonna see in 20 minutes.
No, it's all right. Wait, let's wait for you.
Dead button. Small big.
Yeah, he's a bastard. He doesn't let anybody get through. You see that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Well, it was not you.
I know he's good, but
You're not the big.
I need to
Dead button. Oh, yeah. He opened that last hand, so he's got to.
Table captain Joe Mahian
Damn, man.
never misses a
You
thing.
win a hand, guys.
Sounds like you
I
got
gave you
some-
more.
Thank you.
Josh Long, great point. No taxes in Norway.
I don't
Unbelievable.
know if I did. I'm still confused if I could have talked to him before.
No, I don't think so.
YouTube chat is roasting me for my tax bill conversation. Just kidding, guys.
Yeah, I only play the nuts, bro.
I also know
It's
that-
my world. I don't live anywhere else.
I thought you were gonna
I've
fold
only
after you
played,
opened your
what,
mouth,
2
but I
hands
wanted to show.
since I've been here?
Same with me.
Yeah, right. I'll tell you that ace.
Joe
nine call,
McKeon reaching for 60,000.
That's a good call.
Ace queen offsuit.
Yeah, he knew what was up. You can't have the nuts twice now. Come on.
No.
Yeah, that's
Play.
impossible.
See, I let people through.
Yeah, when
You know,
yeah,
I got a
they
good
talk
hand,
to-
man.
I'm not bluffing. I got a good hand. I mean,
Button stand.
good enough.
Better than mine.
Yeah, of course. That's hand one. Nothing wrong with that.
2. Yep.
Oh, boy.
You'll see that one in 30 minutes. I had ace queen right there. I swear.
I believe you.
Yeah.
It's not they're so entertaining to you, they might keep you on the table.
No, I will. I will fucking
I
fight
forgot about
within
that
2
little freak
hours.
out he was
when I
having.
do
Now
that.
he's better. He's settled in.
Well, I mean, I can change emotions like that. I can separate the two very well. I was never tilted as far as poker line. I was just tilted that they A, were doing this, and B, we drew it. Because I knew it was.
James
it
Mackey
is
reaching
kinda
for
tough,
chips
but
with his
I can't
pocket
see the rest of
fours.
the table. Fucking expert fold, I get to see. I'm just.
And pocket tens for our champion.
Nice.
Almost certainly going to be all in here.
Favorite songs came on and they said you got to not. I had the mental restraint to close it out and not listen to the rest of the song. I was here like 10 minutes ago. I had my stuff out ready to go. So I understand it's usually not a thing, but
George, that might be looking at other options, maybe 3-betting small here.
Music on their own, so
Yeah, well, we can't
All in?
hear it.
But he does decide all in.
I do too. I like classic rock stuff. You know, there's a lot of classic rock.
Going to be interesting to see what Mackey does with the fours. It's not exactly a small all in, but it's probably not going to matter. Pocket tens in the big blind for Grex. I would be surprised to see
Another guy
him.
that plays a Borgata, man. I wonder if
Fold.
Borgata will ever get tournaments back. Man, I wonder if they could get 2,000 people in their building. Like,
Don't know, don't care, Joe.
fair. You ever go back? Fair enough. Borgata ran like a big tournament. You want to go?
And
Fair enough.
all in from the pocket jacks. That's going to make Mackey's fold a lot easier. Tens against the jacks, and we have
1 all in.
our main event champion at risk. Jorstad's going to need a 10 to improve. Whiff on the flop. Flush draw now for our champ, and he's going to make a straight. Little combo draw snuck in there, and he's going to make a straight with the tens.
You're going to hear that for the
You,
next
you beat the
rest of your.
multits.
You're going to hear that for the rest of
Every
your life.
fucking
So I'll
time I
get you
won the hand
started.
yesterday.
Yes. It will eventually go a little bit down, but not for like 5 years. So.
Nope, you will not be able to win an all-in pot without
So
being called a
4,
luck box for at least 5 years, according to Joe McKeon.
I can't lose all in at the moment.
It probably does feel that way. Good for you, buddy.
You did fold to me on that all in. I know Pat's probably told you McKeon just bets and folds to everything, so just raise him. So I adjusted on the way. Plus I had something. So it was
Didn't
easy.
ask him actually. I have no idea how you played it on.
Tell Pat you got
Nah, I
the
remember-
Ocarino.
Pat's like defended like 7
Alright,
big
so
or something
4,
in the
40,
25 case,
buttons
and
good, and seat 3.
like check min raised me on the flop, and I just folded my hand.
Are you gonna shove on me?
He defended what?
He like defended off like 8 or
35.
9 bigs.
Shoving on my big
And
blind?
like check min
Yes,
raised the flop.
35.
I just folded
Welcome.
2 overs. So I figured he's probably telling you like McKeon small bets are dog shit, but they're balanced. He just didn't see that. I just never had anything when he saw it. I know it's like sick to 13 big coming to check raise looks so strong, but you ran into a hand I wasn't going to fold, so.
Yeah, I did like that hand earlier.
I'm not sure about my hand there.
Drostad had the bottom pair with the 4-5 on a Jack 6-5 2-club board. Joe had King 10 of clubs.
I had 2 clubs.
And Jerkson defended his blind, and then check raised pretty small on the flop. And with his stack size, basically Joe was forced to either have it or not. And luckily Joe had a flush draw he was willing to go with. But
Well, Milad's not here, so we got rid of him already, so he doesn't see medium play or whatever, you know.
Raise, 75.
That was dirty though. You don't want out or jack and lost.
Great point.
You don't want out or jack and lost. Totally different.
and we have a King Queen for Liberto, and
When you
Albero has King Queen suited on the button. 75K from Justin. Flat call from
All in for
Roberto.
35.
And our small blind Grax is going to be all in for his 35K.
When you get ace jack, you can wait for the ace king.
Another 40 for the big blind. Nick Agnew, our recreational player here, weighing his options, a 7 offsuit. Sometimes the price is right. Let's try to get something. He's going to make the
Okay, so
call.
120, 5 more left. 120 on side, the rest is in a name.
And the dealer's going to make our side pots correct. And we're going to go to a flop 4-handed. Couple king queens,
players,
couple
one
ace
all.
rags. And a queen is going to hit 2 of our players.
Check.
Ace 5 and ace 7 in tough shape here.
Check.
Justin checks his king queen over.
That's 125.
Roberto not going to check his 125. Be a little surprised to see Justin not just check raise here.
Call.
He's going to go with the
Three
call.
players, one all in.
Looks like the chips behind is a little deeper than I expected. Looks like they're playing about 800K effective left still here on the turn. So 800K effective. There's 700 in this pot total between the main pot and the side pot. The king queens are battling it out to see if one can make the other fold or if they're going to chop this side pot. Most likely they are going to eliminate the small blind this hand, barring a 2-out ace on the river.
I'm all in.
All in.
And an all in here. And lays it
No
down. Tough fold for Justin. I don't blame him. He's certainly not bluffing as played. Yeah.
C9 did not call.
Justin laid down the chop.
Very good. Here. Okay, so
That's why they play the game, folks.
Nice hand, man.
That's why they play the game.
That's the player.
You had a jack, huh?
What's that?
You had a jack?
No, I had your hand. See, I don't wait 30 minutes. I'll just tell you.
You had the same hand I did? You're kidding me.
I believe him. You weren't bluffing, man. We all knew you weren't bluffing.
Yeah, that was definitely the best hand Justin was going to be able to fold there. Anything further up was not going to get folded.
Right, right, right.
You had the best hand.
And only worse hands you would evaluate would probably be Queen Jack or so for the same top pair, slightly worse draw.
Really? You really had my hand?
I believe him.
Wow,
I
wow.
don't believe
Well, we'll know in 30 minutes.
All right.
I don't know
Yes,
how
you
I-
will.
I'll wager my 100 to your $10. Anybody wants to?
Raise, 65.
There's a fun conversation in the chat about checking to eliminate a player. That is not on the minds of these players. They are much more interested in trying to win 900,000. That I can assure you.
staying at aces or kings?
Stan?
Yeah.
He had king queen.
Oh, yeah, I believe that.
He told him so.
Yeah, I believe that too. I don't know. I should fold it. He doesn't respect it.
He should fold river. Yeah.
That turn's just dog shit for him.
Ace 5 for Liberto. See if he wants to play this.
You really have to just have like this.
Raise, 60.
Is there a flush draw? On the turn?
Couple mucks from some trash hands behind. Mackey likely getting out of the way. Joe McKeon in the big blind. Nine five ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah, actually, legitimately lose 4 more pieces
And
and go to a
King Deuce in the muck. Jack 8 suited.
And then redraw this table and play it for 2 hours.
Jorstad weighing his options. 1.2 million now. He's got a little more chips than he's had in a while. Actually can play a little more poker.
Raise, 65.
Not that he wasn't playing poker before.
You want to spin it in river.
65.
He's,
Oh, I want him out, so it's one. Oh, yeah.
But
if
for
you're in
stream
there,
equity, he's higher
that's
than
very,
him.
that's very true.
So the players in the YouTube chat are very curious about how many players are left. There's going to be conflicting information because we are on a 30-minute delay. I can tell you there's 29 left in 30 minutes from now. So as you're listening to this, there's probably a few people have said 34, 32. Those are probably pretty close to the number of players left. We will be bringing you the final table tomorrow.
Heads up.
All right, the big blind. Lawfer going to defend the King 8. Total whiff. Jorstad gonna flop a jack.
Check.
Those are the big axle holes. I just want players out. Shit, good, yeah.
Bets 40.
Maybe some loses that hand anyway. It's just 30 left. It's probably just 9 minutes.
And another pot for our current main event champion. I will say that I was able to sweat our current champion a little bit before the final table. I happened to stumble upon one of his endeavors for the Overbet Express a few months ago. Anything that's going to be combining sports betting, poker, and business was something that I was interested in. So just want to shout out that real quick, something that is new and brewing. Ace 9 suited up front.
Raise, 65.
Our champ Jorstad raising 65,000. Justin with the ace 5 off, likely to defend here.
A lot of people listening for the first 2 hours. I was starting at 40 minutes, maybe the 40 that's where
He might have other intentions though. I feel like he's got that look in his eye like he wants to make it something in the 175 to 200K range. Most people don't take this much time in flat call, and sure enough,
Re-raise.
3 bet. 225.
For assholes, yeah, for aggressors.
My friend still talks smack to me saying, I think
With the Burger King brand.
Jorstad definitely has a tough spot here. I don't think he's going to flat call too often this deep. He is considering, I'm sure, what his four bet options would look like.
Yeah.
He certainly might click it back, something in the 440 or 475 range. All in could have been in play in a discussion point, but I think it was unlikely and unnecessary, and he is going to make the fold. Justin turning that ace-5 into a bluff.
Working on it.
Yep, you saw it right. 3-bet the ace-5 off in the big blind versus the under the gun open. Our players are playing some cards today.
There's no way you'd make more money. You're better to jump on team than being competitive.
I started playing tournaments for Friday, doesn't matter who they are anymore. So these, yeah, and these maybe.
Seven-handed play continues on our feature table.
Well, yeah, but she definitely wouldn't be you.
Yeah, that's true. We're also down to 30 people. So
Nick Agnew, Queen 10 suited.
At least you shouldn't.
I still can't get.
Well, you have a good
We
player,
remember.
it's on
Raise
you.
to
They were
65.
champs before Espen. You were one of them.
Raise
We
65.
At least you guys remember. I kind of don't anymore. So fucking long ago. I got COVID in the summer, and my mind's definitely slower for it. Yeah, I got some long term.
And Lawfer on the button, facing the raise to 65.
COVID itself.
That's not the 32 years of no gym.
It's a combination for sure. It goes the point. You're not wrong.
Takes one to know one, but
No, you're dead right. But it got actively worse afterwards. So, like, I walk up the stairs and be tired. Like, that wasn't a problem before. So, the COVID itself was absolutely nothing. I had no symptoms. I had a cough for like half a day.
Putting some thought here. Hasn't put his stunner shades on, so maybe he wasn't serious at all the whole time.
So, Justin, there's two outcomes right now with Alex Fox, and these are out of the tournament.
Defend from the 9-7 suited from Jorstad.
I got spoiled. I was going to ask you what you think
Heads
it
up.
was, but I was going to say the 2 million.
And 3-of-a-kind 9s for our champ.
He only bagged like 15.
Open-ended straight draw for Nick Agnew. Gonna
That's
fire a
not bad.
bet.
There's a 25K to play. He needs to be in that for 75 at least. So. I told him today, I'm hoping that you don't have my action in there. You gonna play the 25? Pretend you weren't here.
nah, but I wasn't. Probably Saturday, but
Like, you would play Saturday?
maybe.
Fair enough. You play the 2700, I assume.
Of course.
Yeah, so you busted that.
I'm 100% guy, but I don't like playing for anything less. All or nothing.
Fair enough.
Raise.
And we have a raise.
225.
225s to raise.
Yeah.
225.
Now, Nick with his open-ended draw has some backdoor diamonds. Doesn't know he's against 3-of-a-kind.
Australia's the only one that picks better than that one.
Might be worried about a flush draw from his opponent.
Call.
He's gonna make the call.
No, I have her good. You're 25 and dog shit.
And the 10 is definitely an interesting card. It definitely clutters the board and makes it feel a little worse than it really is, in my opinion.
On the table. I'm sure I'll be in that.
Very unlikely either player is Queen 8 or King Queen as played.
But the thing might be like 3 Tampa locals who don't know what they're doing.
I saw the schedule around it. There's like a 5K charity event, one in the eat. Like, it's insane. They
Not
get,
the
like, a bunch of tournaments.
I mean, it's like a WBT and there's like a 25K and a 10K.
It's going to make it a little bit harder for Nick to call, though. If he were to make his straight on, let's say, an 8 or a king, now the board has a 4-liner. It's a little bit harder for him to get paid off. He might be a little less incentivized to continue with this queen here. Although clearly the pair of 10s improves his hand, so if he's fearing some kind of club draw, he may have the best hand against that now.
Like that tournament. Like that's good. It's determined before. It's
They're
like
trying to
2K,
do a similar
75K
thing.
guaranteed.
That's not great. But whatever. I don't care if they put small
Why even
guarantees.
put it on?
Like, yeah. If they want to put small guarantees and be done, they can do It's a WGT event. People will go.
800K in the pot.
1,000 people, but it's more money this time than last time.
That's 375.
And
And new bet is 375.
which always works. But the series itself is, great. Big four,
And now the pressure's on
so
our self-proclaimed recreational player, Nick Agnew.
I think so. I won the one last year and it was, but the four of us were all next to each other. They were like making announcements. It was in the other room. They did it fast. I mean, they don't have full tables in here. So. They're talking about the big four last year.
Oh, I thought you
Last year, no, it wasn't. That wasn't on the live stream, no. But they did it. It's the same thing. They just didn't stream it. It was a part of it. Brags. The one on tournament I was in too. More brags. It was a floor to 25K, like I said. Kept me alive. No, but like I had a bad year so far, so I was putting risk on it. What are we cashing for? Like 30,000. This is probably like my fourth biggest score this year. Yeah, for a guy that plays a bunch of like.
Big pot brewing. Tough spot for Nick Agnew. He is going to let it go.
I have like a 32K score and a 50K score at the series. I have like a 150K score. Hold it at 9, so that'll be interesting.
Hey, fun, good.
Wasn't the 9 of hearts, Joe, and 3 of a kind for our champ is going to get another pot. He is chipping up nicely. Started the day quite shallow.
Definitely didn't have quads.
And now
Nice.
continuing to climb the leaderboard.
1530.
Half blowing up your spot. Telling them I folded a 9.
Huh?
I'm half blowing up your spot because I folded a 9. I don't think you had shit for what it's worth, but that's besides the point. I wasn't in the pot. If I was, I definitely wouldn't have folded 3 of a kind, so you'd be in trouble.
Joe McKeon throwing his 2 cents in there. Playing the old I folded the good hand game.
Freaking brewer of all people. Brutal.
You can pull one. I mean, we're all pals here. How hard could it be?
Roberto resorting to the begging technique, trying to get a walk.
Who's gonna believe that?
We're going to find out in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Call.
And call of 30,000, 10-8 suited. Gets his wish.
Heads up.
Couple questions in the chat. Rye guy, what's the new format for Poker Night in America? Yeah, it's so far a mix of cash and tournaments where they are kicking it off after a long delay. It's been 3 years since they've been out in the wild, and now they're starting back up and with this Hollywood series, and they're going to be continuing to build content from here.
I'll make sure to play it if it is.
That's 30.
And on the flop, 10-8-7 all spades, top 2 pair for Jorstad. Albera with an open ender, but no spades.
Dude, it was all her, I swear.
And 2 pair, gonna take it down.
Had a good draw too.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I had an open ended, but a straight draw. I didn't like the flush draw.
Maybe not that long, but like I said, I went on a trip to Vegas earlier, and I don't know how long the trip's
Yeah,
gonna be.
you're
And that wind thing
You're
for
in
Vegas,
trouble.
but I'm
I guess you
gonna
had
be
2
there
hours.
for a couple weeks probably. And I think this does between the Florida Strike before it, and like a triangle. From Philly to Florida to Vegas to break.
It depends, like if you had like ace jack or
So
something.
it's like an extra week or so plus then we're probably in Vegas.
If you had aces, you had to.
Mackey gonna fold up front. Joe McKeon, Queen Jack offsuit in the under the gun +1.
Raise. 60.
He is going to open, looks like 60,000. Couple offsuit deuces in the muck. And Nick Agnew gonna fold his big blind with the 7 high. McKeon gonna take another one.
like there's no
I mean, they might color you up.
Yeah.
but
just
there's no
remove
color.
some of it. Like, like there's so many
Yeah,
chips.
we should.
It's annoying. I remove like
But we ain't
5
gonna-
stacks if you want to
Yeah.
bet something.
We're also not gonna be here. And,
Oh, yeah, somebody, other people are coming in, huh?
yeah, we'll switch tables.
I think they're gonna make us wait till 27.
I'd be annoyed if they did, but whatever. I mean, it's actually not. I'd be annoyed, but it's reasonable. So yeah, that's actually a reasonable point. But see 7 folds. I got you.
It's annoying actually to run this well on stream because now everyone at home is gonna be, that's how you in the fucking main event. You just run like God.
Raise to
Bro,
60?
it's just starting for you.
Oh, we've been doing that
Just
anyways,
starting
buddy.
for you.
You won the main event? Really? You got lucky?
I didn't get lucky.
God damn.
I got lucky man.
60.
In your defense, I sat next to him for like 3 hours and I didn't know either. I just thought he was a European dude playing
Oh,
with
yeah.
stuff. Yeah. And someone told me afterwards. I'm like,
Oh, you
"Alright."
won the
Heads
main
up.
event too, right?
Yeah. Long time ago.
God.
He won it a month ago? I don't know. how
A
long
month
it was.
ago?
Not
So-
even. Weeks.
So your luck faded, is that it? And his
No,
was-
I'm still doing
no?
good since
Oh,
then.
you're still
Well, I
doing
mean,
good?
he's just a lot more pretty than me right now. You know, I'm old and withered up, and he's fucking shiny as hell. You know?
Old and withered Joe McKeon. Old news.
Bets 40.
Couple trashy 9 deuce and 9 tray. Liberto gonna take it down.
You should just go back to Europe and fire everything for the rest of the year.
He doesn't need a tax write-off.
Exactly.
I don't need it
No, I
actually.
I fired
Table's bringing up the conversation I tried to bring up earlier.
I did well on
Joe definitely had to blast off right away as soon as he won his tournament.
2 different 100K.
In Joe's defense too, he got $2.4 million less than Jorstad did. You hate to see it.
Especially for tournaments.
Bets 65.
Then I played the PCA one. that one
Man, Joe McKeon, 2015 champion. It does not feel like that long ago. That is amazing. I would have guessed 17 was the number in my head, but man, 2015 champ, huh? All right.
But in my defense, I was like 6-7 years ago. We didn't
Jorstad opens up the Queen Jack suited in the hijack. 65K to go for Mackey, who is almost certainly 3-betting here,
There aren't many.
deciding how much he wants to go.
100Ks especially got like 50s and up. Like
Probably
25.
getting in the 200K range.
Bullshitty.
Yeah.
You're about to get
Limited
re-entries.
re-entries, a lot of them as well.
Re-raise.
And there we go.
265.
PCA one.
3-bet.
I'll let you play your hand.
265 is the 3-bet. Ace Queen suited for Mackey. $200K is a large size here. It's almost 9 blinds.
Okay, heads up.
And Jorstad with the defense of the Queen Jack suited in position. And a brick for both players. $9-4-4. Expect Mackey to fire another shell here. Somewhere in the 150 to 200 range.
Bets 130.
130 is where he lands. Nine of diamonds looks slightly appealing for Jorstad, but still only a backdoor draw. There is definitely an opportunity and some consideration to a raise being put into here. Mackey definitely has some bluffs and some ace highs that would probably fold with some pressure here. But unfortunately, if he gets called, he is going to be in rough shape. And our champion going for the float with the queen jack high, trying to represent a hand like jacks or another overpair. 7 of diamonds makes things very interesting. James Mackey left himself a pot-sized bet left. Got 900,000 into about $1 million. Doesn't fire it though, checks it over. Jorstad with the flush draw now. I can't imagine he's going to call the flop and then check here now that he hit this card. I'm assuming it's going in and he's going to put the max pressure on Mackey. Also, as played, Mackey is the 3-better out of the small blind. He c-bet and then decided to check here. Jorstad blocking some of the jacks and queens, and ooh, I was wrong. He checks it back, and a queen on the river, giving Mackey the best hand, and now Jorstad has a hand that can call in his worst. I stand corrected. 9 on the river, double pairs the board. Ace high is the best hand. I was looking on the wrong part of the screen. So now, very similar situation. Mackey on the river. Pot-sized bet left.
That's 550.
We might have been right the first time around. 550 is the bet. This is going to be a tough fold for Jorstad here. Hits his queen on the river. A little surprised to not see a action on the turn. Hits his dream card and had a window of opportunity, but didn't take it. Hits a card that's going to cost him a bet with some reverse implied odds. And James Mackey winning a nice one.
Yes.
And James Mackey beating the run good of our champion.
Yep, 550.
Meg shooting them down. That's what they kept saying on the spreadsheet.
And a rack of Yellowbirds too, James Mackey.
I just run all in always. Post flop, I can't. I don't really know what's going on post flop, but it's
That's the right attitude to have. We don't usually play the flop anymore. We're American. We try to get it in.
And Jorstad got to muck his hand face down, so I don't believe the players know what he had yet. They will in a little bit.
Big fucking river in the tournament for you. Just lost that pot. You'd be down to like fucking 800.
Doing that without the queen.
I'm the champion. He's rich. He can call you in the river. You can't be bluffing those spots. Anyway, yeah, go to PCA and play them. They're pretty good usually.
Joe McKeon recruiting the current main event champ to come play some high rollers at the PCA.
Those are usually decent. They've been getting a little worse over time, but with the thing, like everyone's going to beat us, they'll probably at least be big, even if it's like professional.
Raise, 65.
And Nick Agnew, 65,000 ace tray offsuit. James Mackey, queen jack on the button. Going for the call. Looking to play some post flop. And our big blind Lawfer, 65 is the action, 35 more to call, ace 10 off.
I mean, you're obviously going to go to that 25K because you would do that anyway, probably, and play it.
Yeah.
See, this is the key. Go deep in the main so you don't have to play all the side events like if you bust the main. That's how you save money. You know? My goal today is to not play the 25K.
Call.
Big goal. Goal is to not play the 2,700.
Three
Or
players.
That's
I heard the
2,700.
25K. Here's the breakdown.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the breakdown.
Right, but I mean, my equity will high.
And Mackey's gonna flop a queen.
Now, this year, so, you know.
Ace high for the other two players.
That's 50.
Agnew's still going to fire 50 here. Seems a little odd in a three-way pot.
As is yours. As is everybody.
Imagining Mackey's probably going for a call here.
There aren't that many people left in here that would play the 25K though, so they're not losing out on much. You, me, and whoever in the other room, maybe Brewers here. Just in the tournament spots and both of these for sure.
But Mackey wants to know where he's at. Puts the raise in.
Or he's like eating lunch and we'll get in there.
So Joe, I don't.
This might be an opportunity for him to find out cheaper whether he's got the best hand or not. If his opponent goes 11, he's almost certainly beat. He's going to lay it down.
People in the field. Oh, yeah, he's in the 2700 line. I forgot. 2700 has a bunch of players too. That's true.
Thank you.
Thinking of this tournament specifically, you're right. One time I went deep in the 2700, you're adding this, I got 12 close, so I was like, cool, I got $12,000 for my efforts. And the 25K, so I saved 25,000. Fun tournament though. I'm gonna play 125K, pick this one. Pick one in the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel, Hollywood. Good size. Good. The structure's fast enough. I'm trying to get them in the 25K. Let's stay out of here. Keeps it kind of fun.
Joe, not the best salesman for his high roller games, but
Also, like,
he likes to party, that's for sure.
I can shit on them in the 25K, you know?
In our small blind, going for the completion 30K. Justin Liberto, ace 10 in the big blind. Would expect him to pump it up here. Very deep with his opponent also. Must be considered.
To 85.
You're the first person that I earned a red. Doesn't make you feel any turn. Well, you can lose all the chips to me and beat everybody else, and we're both happy. I'm not getting annoyed at me, but I don't give a shit. Of course it was the guy in your life. I also just ran into a better hand than me. I'm playing better hand than me, so. Then I just fucking fold a shit off for this time. And then that's when he gets tens and he gets jacks. See, I save money.
Action continues seven-handed here at the feature table of our main event. Approximately 32 players left at this point in the tournament. Tomorrow we will be doing the final table.
No big chips back, right?
No,
No,
green is
Green was the one that.
green is where you might have it. You might. I guess you got eights.
Better.
You're better than eights or tens. Flow like king queen or something. Hit a queen. It's a real bad card. That's what it is.
Raise to 80.
Justin making it 80,000 in the small blind with 5 deuce suited. 50K for Jorstad to call here. We did see Jorstad defend the 5-4 offsuit earlier. I believe it was for a min raise against Joe McKeon.
The champ.
2.6x from the small blind. Is a little different, but we are in position. He is going to be making the call here
Call 80.
for 80,000 to the flop.
Heads up.
Queen Jack 6. Air ball for both opponents. See if Justin wants to fire at it.
When you go all in -5 chips and you get raised and you're like value betting, but it's like you might be feeling you got raised, so you probably have to get never gonna flip for that shit.
You feel better calling and losing than you would have folded and won.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But who fucking lost there?
Right, it would be
You ever tie? That's what I would think. I'm like, can you ever fucking raise queen as well? And just cut it for it? Ace queen's pretty good on that river. It looks like nuts. Put up. Really checking kings or aces on the turn, Nick?
Here's a little something for the fans. In the YouTube chat, we got Jesse from Poker Night dropping this piece of news. Nat is on his way. I was trying to do my research. I was not prepared for Nat 777. He is blowing up this chat of what I'm assuming to be Ukrainian descent. Looks like our table change coming up is going to have Nat joining us. So all the players in the chat looking to sweat him. That'll be coming up on our next change.
Bit of value. I'm conservative. First 10 days of the options should be good.
Tray of Diamonds on the turn's a very interesting card. Straight draws for both players now.
That's 45.
I am going to request the Facebook chat help me out with Nat. I need a real name, please.
Call.
I don't know how many chips you have in your hand. I didn't even consider it. Just fucking I would assume you fold. I mean, if you have like ace queen, you're probably just supposed to fold, honestly. I don't know how many chips you have, though. How many chips do you have?
I
How
have
many bigs do you have?
1.3 or something.
Is that 30 or?
Yeah, it's like 40.
No, I mean 30.
Both players with 5 high on the river. All right, we got that name. Appreciate you guys.
That's 130.
And Riverback gonna get it done.
Throw me a different one. I wasn't lucky.
What do you mean? You won every pot. What do you mean you hit an ace on the river. You hit an ace on the river against Stan. You hit an ace on the river against Stan after I said Stan's going to win this hand, and then he outflopped you.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yes.
Tried to kibosh me.
I didn't try to kibosh you. I legitimately thought he was going to win the hand because he did just bitch about how bad he ran. You know, usually you bitch about how bad you run, and then you win the next big hand you're in.
He tried his best.
But as it turns out, he was just telling the truth. Yeah, we need to borrow you up. Got no fucking game what you have. It doesn't mean
Got a million on the bottom.
no, not you.
No, I
You're
didn't.
good.
Got a
Yeah,
million on the bottom. How many are around?
Sorry.
It's got like 265 or so if it came out right.
All in.
2-6.
And And Jorstad with the king 5 gonna rip it in, take it down.
You're playing good. You can tell.
Thanks. Coming from you is a compliment.
Buttons.
Yo, tell him that was a good fold, man. Come on. Double it
No,
up.
it's good.
There you go.
He wanted that call. What do you mean?
With those cards, he probably did.
You think it was a good call?
I freaking hope you wanted to call by 6-2. Not your shove is dog shit.
You didn't have to shove. All you had to do is throw a dime. I would have called.
If he calls, you can't. That's the problem.
And Lawford rocking the stunner shades. He's ready for some business. Jack 10 suited.
Raise to 70.
70 is the action. And right next door, Justin Liberto, pocket 5s.
Call.
Elects to call. And small blind ace jack offsuit for Roberto Albero.
70.
70 is current action. He's going to overcall here. Back to the big blind. Nick Agnew, king 8 suited. 40K for him to call. Spot's getting big real quick.
When they fired up the 1Ks, that's how I got my first 100K.
Oh, yeah.
Because I bought it off Sergio. Well, the dealer gave it to me from Sergio's stack. I just kept taking chips off from Sergio, and he had like 2 million at like 12K big or 10K big or whatever it was, and they keep taking chips.
And the king 8 is going to defend. We are 4 ways to the flop.
In the pot, and I really call him for like 1,000 chips. Like 150K that, and then you get called out like 105Ks and 51K.
Check.
And 5s are technically the best hand. Every other hand has a little bit of contention, mostly some overcards, backdoor draws, nothing much for anyone.
Ruined his soul the last year. No, he'll be the first one to tell you I was beating him in a big spot. Just ran very good against them. Knocked him out of Venetian and
3 checks over to Liberto. See if he wants to put in a bet here. Gets really dicey just firing off C-bets into 4-way pots with small pairs, but that's why it may work too. So it's a tricky balance you got to make sometimes. He is sitting nice with about 2.7 million.
That's 150.
And indeed 150 fires. Unless someone's looking to get out of line, I don't see how this doesn't take it down. Offer was the pre-flop raiser here, but the board does not connect. He is not excited. Gonna let it go. Berto gonna scoop that pot. Did have the best hand. It's hard for him to know that.
Playing one more now.
All right. Just got a special little piece of info here in honor of Chip Leader Coaching, as you can see on Joe McKeon's shirt. If you sign up for the new Chip Leader AI and use promo code POKERNIGHT, you get 2 weeks free on their training platform, chipleader.com. Sign for the 14-day free trial for the Chip Leader AI. Chance Corneth, Alex Foxen, and others helped design that. Gonna make sure to check that out.
So are we going away? Are we going away? Are we gonna go back in the room that we all
Raise
want to be
to
in? and
60.
Not this one?
I think we're so close to the redraw that they don't want to do like a
Yeah. You're giving us 20 on this break?
And Justin raising with 8s.
Jesus, yeah, okay, we're playing the 7. We need longer breaks. That's the way to do it. get your 2
Oh,
or 3
we're
hour
on
trade.
break.
Players are looking like they're taking a break. I believe we are redrawing in the tournament. Likely to have a different lineup when we get back. Thanks for joining us so far. We are going to be on a short break now. Appreciate you staying with us. We'll be back in a minute.
I'll make sure nothing happens.
time, you already missed it.
And the stream is back. We are on 5300 main event feature table. The players are currently sitting with 4 tables remaining. That's why we're playing shorthanded. When we get to 3 tables, there will be a full redraw of 27 players. And in that 27-player redraw, I believe we are going to get Nat. The fans are requesting in the YouTube chat. We do have our current main event champion all in for 400,000. Blinds are 20 and 40. James Mackey in the small blind pocket queens. This is gonna be trouble for our current main event champion.
6 calls.
And McKeon's gonna get out of the way. Ace queen against the pocket queens. Our main event champion, Espen Jorstad, at risk. Ace high, not in the lead. Queens are gonna hold. Kings and queens 2 pair. And James Mackey is going to win another large pot. Good run for the champ, following up.
Oh yeah, no, we keep going, but they will hopefully bring someone over for one and really piss them off, because then one more person busts, they're gonna all go.
And we're close to losing a table. There will be a redraw at that time.
I did the deuce first, so there is no sweat for me. I did the king first, there's a deuce, so. And ace or a king, you were, I'm not fading, but have all your chips.
Someone in the chat, Bucci, asking why didn't she deal the card to the guy that wasn't seated. She definitely did, and the dealer killed them once he wasn't in his chair at that time. You heard McKeon even say to somebody, you can slow down, it's already dead. Action will continue here.
Makes it 80,000.
James Mackey with the raise to 80.
7 calls.
King 10 offsuit. And James going to steal the blinds. 20, 40, 40 as the play continues.
Everything's lucky when James is involved. He's just kicking ass today, you know. As I fold, James wins.
As we mentioned earlier, today is event 40, the $25,000 high roller event, $2 million guaranteed here at SHRPO Hollywood. Currently 68 players in that.
I don't know everyone laughed. I was
Plenty of time to register. Check out shrpo.com for more details.
Why did they laugh? I was being serious.
Action continues here. Nick Agnew raise 100,000 with his Jack 10 offsuit.
You lose.
A little bit larger size than some of the others have been playing.
I don't know James well enough to say too many mean things to him. He's just played a few times. He knows my name, I know his name. We've had a couple battles both ways.
9 calls.
And Justin's going to defend the 2.5x. 6-6 tray. Queen 7 off for Liberto. Technically the best hand. Going to be tough to continue though.
He does well on his. He just does well. I lost my train of thought. That was COVID.
still do well. It was a compliment too, even if it.
9 bets, 45,000.
And Justin with the lead here for 45. And Nick with some calling chips. Looks like he put, there is a raising chip in there. I apologize. 145. He is going to raise the lead here. And that is going to take it down. Well played by Mr. Nick Agu there.
Yeah, they really matched your style.
All right, they're bringing a player to balance. This looks like a table balance, not part of the redraw. Still playing 40K on the big blind and the big blind ante. James Mackey with a raise to 80,000.
950. 6 makes it 80,000. Yes. 7 folds. 9 folds. 1.
King 8 suited for Mackey. Takes it down. Every time I look up, James Mackey's got more chips. Definitely over 3 million by now.
20,000.
It takes one to fix that.
Going to be a tough competitor going down the stretch. And Nick with the fold up front.
6 raises to 80.
James raises 80,000.
7 folds. 8 raises to 240,000.
And Lawfer with the 3-bet ace deuce suited 240K.
9 folds. 240.
And our new player Hernandez takes his time with a 10-9.
3 folds.
And down from the big, Mackey with the queen jack.
6 folds.
Gonna lay it down. Might be an inside joke with the players there.
2040.
You didn't play it anymore.
Well, I have a feeling you guys need 12 little ones, so I probably would hit a straight.
You're the big one.
Fold again, do you? Well, that's big and folds it.
And action on Joe McKeon. Gonna muck our last main event champion standing. Lawfer with the ace-7 now. Got some raisin chips. 90,000.
9 folds.
1 few more mucks behind. Agnew in the big blind. Jack Trey offsuit. Nothing to be excited about. 50K more. Gonna let it down.
Seven folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. One raises to 85,000. 3 folds. 5 folds.
James Mackey pocket sevens now. Going with the call of 85. Hernandez playing the Jack 7 offsuit here. And that is an unlikely flop. A 7 high board when there's 3 of a kind sevens for Mackey and an unlikely top pair for Hernandez. Both players with a check. King of clubs on the turn brings 3 clubs. Neither player has one. Mackey has his hand locked up. See how he wants to play it. He did get a little tricky out of the blinds with his set of 4s, as we saw earlier. But this time, not gonna check anymore. Fires.
40,000. 140.
140,000 now. If you're gonna raise the Jack 7 and get that flop and check it back, I highly doubt we're gonna fold here. Both players are kind of having the same problem. They're worried about a club, and they know the other player is also worried about the club, so
One calls.
the call does come in for 140. River card. And full house for Mackey. There's no way he's going to fold. It's just a matter of how much does he think he can win. So Mackey's likely to kind of size up here for a couple of reasons. One, Hernandez's most likely hand is a king, and he's going to want to try to make his opponent think that he has a missed club draw. So with all those factors in mind, I'm expecting a large size here. Be pretty difficult for a king to fold. With 600 in there,
25.
Maggie's going for the bet. 325. And Mackey's just praying he has something. Taking his time, putting some thought into it. Can really only beat a bluff. Reaching for calling chips and makes the call. Those are going to be kiss goodbye. Mackey shows him the bad news. 7's full. And the rich get richer. James Mackey on a tear. Lighten it up.
Yeah, well played.
Joe McKeon, our current big blind this hand. Law for the ungun player. 9-6 offsuit, gonna muck it.
9 folds. 10 folds.
Albero with the king 9. Has his eye protection handy. Raise incoming.
To 125.
125. Going the full 3x.
5 folds. 6 folds.
McKeon not gonna give him action.
Nice to know I was ahead.
I'd be surprised if you weren't. Think too hard with that one.
Current chip count's 3.5 million for Mackie Liberto, still at 2.7. Law for 2.4 million. Joe McKeon 2 million. Hernandez 1.3. Albero 1.2. Agnew 675,000 with a 40K big blind. The short stack of this table having 15 blinds. There's still plenty of poker left to play.
3 folds.
And with the blinds and antes this big, there will be some roller coasters for sure. We saw the current main event champion, Espen Jordston, run a 300K stack up to 2 million and then still bust. Didn't do anything wrong really, just poker happens sometimes. And
7 calls.
there you have it. Joe McKeon limping the queen 10 offsuit blind versus blind. He is pretty deep here against Laufer. He does decide to take his option and raises to 125. I wonder if Joe's played with this player much up to this point. Perhaps aware he needs his queen 10 for a limp call defense. A complete brick for both players. Ace 7 deuce. Joe with the quick check and lays it down. 9-8 gonna accumulate a little bit. For all those in the YouTube chat, we got a little show update. We are waiting for a final 27 redraw. Our lineup will change. We are expected to be joined by Nat777 at that time. You guys are bringing the rail harder than Rampage brought it, and that is not something I was expecting.
5 folds. 6 folds.
For all those looking for the bust out of our former main event champ, he shoved ace queen into James Mackey's queens and never stood a chance.
80,000.
Somewhat of a standard spot. And queen 9 offsuit for McKeon on the button. Raises to 80,000. Laufer has shown some ability to sling some chips around a little bit. Ace 9 is not a hand people like to call with, but we don't mind 3-betting at 250,000 now.
9 folds.
Justin's going to get out of the way. And now the action's back on Joe. He's going to lay it down. Laufer with the nice 3-bet and the pickup. Mackey with the queen jack.
80,000.
Gonna open it up to 80.
7 folds.
We can't let go of the king high on the button. Excuse me, in the cutoff.
9 folds.
King 5 in the big blind for Hernandez. 40K more.
One calls.
And he does call. We are heads up to a flop. Ace King 5, 2 pair for Hernandez, gut shot for Mackey, backdoor spades. That becomes an option. But this board generally favors the late position raiser over the big blind, so Mackey's gonna fire one of those red 100 birds out there. 100,000 now. And 2 pair, likely to see a check raise here. He probably doesn't expect to be against aces up, but those spades and future cards might be of some concern. And he does raise to 300. These two players were a little bit deeper. I could see Mackey wanting to get a little creative here and possibly finding a call. Play a little post flop if the spades were to come, but with about 900 back, I don't think he's got much playability, and I'm imagining Hernandez is going to be all in quite frequently on the turn. So James, even if he makes his card and picks up his draw, other than his gut shot, of course, then he would still have to call off another bet. Gonna lay it down.
You're the big one.
Nick Agnew suited ace up front. And does decide to raise.
80,000.
Mackey lets go of the 8-5 suited. Action's on Joe McKeon. Jack 10 suited. Putting some thought into it.
7 calls.
And Joe goes with the call.
Folds. 9 folds.
Looking to play some post flop. If you're interested in learning about Joe McKeon's shirt for chip leader coaching, please check out chipleader.com for a 14-day free trial of their chip leader AI software. Use promo code POKERNIGHT. And our big blind Albero is going to come along too. Everyone's got some clubs, but the pairs are what matter right now. 10 for McKeon, 4 for Albero, ace tray high for Agnew. 4s are going to check. And not even scared. Ace tray reaching.
Five folds, 80,000.
Agnew with another 80,000. Can't say for sure, but I feel like he looked at the clock a couple times. Feel like Joe was watching him look at that as well. And 4s for Albero, putting some thought into it here. Taking inventory. Gonna lay it down. So 10's in the lead. Agnew with the aggression so far. And that's going to make it difficult for him to win. 3 of a kind for Joe. Kean gets the check. He was probably expecting that, and now he hit this 3 of a kind, so he's got to think it through a little more. Having a bluff catcher from having straight value changes things, and he is gonna fire. 160 for Joe. And Nick with just the ace high gonna lay it down. Joe's smiling. Is he gonna show him? Joe thought he was gonna get some action there because he had it, but the opponent's hand was not as good as he was hoping. All right, so as advertised, folks, here is our redraw. Our staff is going to have to take some accommodations here and get these players adjusted properly so we can continue action.
The oversized chips kind of, they don't fit in these racks well. Enough just to carry them over.
The whole table is
As I like math, I'm assuming about 2 of these players will return to our feature table.
Table 7 will be in here.
Going from 7 players down to 3 tables, likely to get a couple returning faces. Might be a new seat though. One of our directors, Jordan Cutter. Adam, helping out in here. Pitch in the seat cards, getting these guys where they need to be.
All right, once again, 7 is in
I'll take anything to get out of
If you
here.
have 7, you're staying.
And table 7 is the current feature table.
Back in the main room.
Good shuffling.
I saw him actually. I was actually impressed with how good he did.
Good.
He didn't
No, I
cut it
saw
at
it
the
too.
end.
We had
Like,
somebody
cut it at the end.
Good luck, everyone.
Thanks, Miguel.
All right, down to 3 tables. These guys are playing for $900,000 in that coveted Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Trophy.
Don't forget your phone, guys.
And looks like we ran below average. One player's hanging out. Roberto Albero hanging out and staying at the feature table. We'll have some fresh faces joining him. Take a little short break on the stream to get the equipment set up and get all the new players seated properly. Be right back with you.
Oh, you got in here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's got 2,030,000 in seat 7. We moved from seat 3.
How much?
2,030,000.
No.
Oh no.
1 million. I
One-
wish I had 2 million.
1,030,000. I don't know why I'm struggling with these colors today.
Are we 9-handed? Yep.
Yes.
Here's this.
And if you could tell me how many chips you have, that would be amazing.
And I assume drinks on the 1750.
Sir, can I get your photo? Yeah, well,
That's 8.
1.750 in the 9 seat.
And I need
How many
every,
chips
Oh,
do you
yeah.
have, sir?
all right, this is super
How many
important.
chips do you have?
Everybody's phone
1080.
has to be on that table.
1080.
And if you're
In the
wearing a
3 seat, he has
smartwatch, that does too.
1,080,000. 1.080.
So after you get
What about the
your-
smart rings? You know, those are things. No?
Are they really?
Yeah, they
Seat
are.
3 has
And we are back. Brand new table, 27 players left. Players guaranteed at least 26,000. Seat 1, Ryan Ginquetti, long-term friend of mine, known from the Isle days. Great player, regular here. Like to see him keep it up. Seat 2, Zavortnish. I had to get an extra assistance on that one. I've butchered enough names today. I'm going to try to minimize that, but I make no promises going forward. And for now, we're going to kick the action off with Jason Wandling, seat 8. A guy I've worked with a little bit a few years back. Came up in the ranks a little bit together. Didn't even know he was still in the tournament. Been so busy in the booth.
8 all in. Seat 2.
Raises all in with his king, queen, 600,000.
No, like that. Just for them to get.
And the players just got a pay bump. A lot of the short stacks know the next few places all pay the same amount. Should be a little more willing to get it working.
9, 8, 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
As we were commenting before the break, a lot of these players weren't at our feature table, so they might have been playing together at other tables. That is going to factor in a lot in the decisions here. And pocket jacks in the big blind, likely going to see a confrontation here. King, queen against the jacks. It is a race. Jason Wandling. First hand looking for a double here with 27 left against Albero. Flop is good for the jacks. King, queen still needs to improve, and brick on the river. 27th place, Jason Wandling. He'll be back for more, that's for sure. Got that pay jump, buddy. All right, and just like that, action continues. I know the chat has been excited for our 6th seat. Absolutely blowing up for the Nat 777. Flags are flying. Ryan gonna muck the Jack 7. Zavortnish with the raise.
290,000.
And the action is folding. Small blind, getting sorted.
7 folds. 9 folds.
And Heckman in the big blind, gonna lay it down. And after taking the blinds, Zavortnish looks down at pocket kings. Put the raise in.
Seat 3 raises to 350,000. 350.
And takes it down. Picks up another 100K in blinds and antes. That adds up real quick. Big shout out to everybody that is behind the scenes making this all happen here at Rush Street Productions and Poker Night in America. Make sure you give them a follow on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is that you do with your spare time. Keep us involved. You're going to want to check it out.
4 raises to 80,000. 5 and 6 fold. 7 folds.
80,000 from seat 4.
9 folds. 1 folds.
So
10 more. 3 calls. That's up. 3 checks. 2 checks.
Tough flop for both players. Ace high against the 7 high.
40,000. Fold.
Ida's going to bet and take it down.
Which direction does it need to go? Can you move your chips just a little bit to the left? They're blocking the camera.
Players getting comfortable in their new seats, trying to keep the action going, all vying for this $900,000 first place prize. We're down to 3 tables. This is the feature table of those 3 in the 5,300 main event.
Keep 4 folds.
My name is Michael Lockie. I'm calling the shots for today here with Poker Night in America.
7 folds.
Heckman with some raisin chips, 80,000, excuse me, 80,000. Ace tray offsuit. King Quiddy, King 9. Sizing up his opponent.
Yeah.
Trying to get a sense for how deep they're playing. Looks like he's got Ryan covered.
1 fold.
Gonna lay down the King 9. Had some ulterior motives planned, but decided against it. Zavortnish lays down the Ace 5 after some thought. And the big blind. Ace deuce suited.
Mullen.
C3 is all in. 9 folds.
And 3 bets all in with the Ace deuce suited. Gonna take it down. Picks up those blinds and antes and that pre-flop raise from the Ace 3.
Chit chat has been taking place at the feature table.
Nice little 180K
How much
pickup.
chit chat has taken place at the feature table? They must be disappointed.
You already left.
Was there a lot of talk before?
A little bit, not much.
So quiet in here, no chip sound,
I know.
no other tournament,
No
no
music.
rock music, yeah.
We'll loosen up, man.
We're all about the vibes here at Poker Night. Got to try to deliver a great product.
See 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds, 9 folds.
King Jack offsuit for Ryan. Definitely going to raise here in the cutoff.
5,000.
Zavornish going to muck the button. Action's on the small blind.
Yeah.
King 5 in the muck. Big blind now. Pocket fours for the big blind. Taking his time here. He's playing about 2.5 million.
Seat 4 all in.
And is going to 3-bet all in. Sergio Ido with the 3-bet all in. Ryan now in the tank.
One fold.
And King Jack not going to be good enough for a call. Fours are going to take it down. And the players are playing 20, 40,000 on the blinds.
7 folds. Nine folds. One fold.
Zavornish in the cutoff with the raise of most of his chips.
Seat 2 bets 340,000 from seat 2.
And the blinds get out of the way. Zavornish with
Can you hear me
the
now?
pickup.
Can you hear me? Okay. Did you get the last bet? Okay. Seven folds.
All right,
nine
play
folds.
continues this hand. Action's folded to seat 1. Ryan's going to lay it down as well. Zavornish.
Two folds.
Aces were from the previous hand.
Yeah, I won.
And seat 3, Colopy with the 85 raise.
4 folds. 5 folds.
And Nat folds the big blind. Raise and take. Lost the yellow bird.
kick us out real
Nine
fast.
fold.
No, there is a legal line. No, there's not.
One fold. C3 raises to 450,000.
Sportnish, would they raise to mostly all in?
450,000.
No more.
Oh, yeah.
4 and 5 fold.
Such less.
And one fold.
And Zavornish quietly accumulating chips. Been a good start to the feature table for him.
All right, thank you.
A couple of the players I didn't fully get a chance to introduce. Colopy in the 3 seat, Ido in the 4 seat, Anda in the 5 seat, Nat in the 6 seat. We still have Albero from before, and Heckman, as I mentioned a couple times, in that Bucks Brady jersey in the 9 seat.
I'm a Brady fan, but I'm not a Bucks fan. But like, still, regardless if he retires or not, I'm still gonna wear it no matter what. I'm always gonna watch him. So, I mean, it's
You have
cool
a
that he came
Patriots
out of
one too?
retirement. Huh?
You have a Patriots jersey too?
I actually don't. The first one I bought was this one, which is funny, but it's because everyone in New England wears the Brady jersey.
Right.
Like, every game you go to, it's always 12. Like,
Oh,
I just never bought
so
it.
Heckman's a low-key Patriots fan without the Patriots Brady jersey, going the Bucks route to respect the GOAT. Got to zig when others are zagging.
See one fold. Two fold.
Yes, in the YouTube chat, it is Nat Night in America. That's for darn sure. YouTube chat is blowing up. Colopy with the
C3
Queen
raise
Jack
to
suited.
85.
85,000's a raise.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 calls. 85. 9 folds. Heads up. Check.
And this board connects both players. Albero's got a king with his king jack. Calls with a big time draw. Diamond flush draw with a gut shot Broadway draw.
Three bets. 125. 125.
125 is the bet from Colopy.
Call.
And a call from Albero, not ready to give it up. And splat right on the turn, Broadway for Colopy. He is going to win this pot.
7 check.
Sometimes he does chop it, but almost certainly he's going to scoop it. Now it's just a matter of how much can he get. It's pretty hard for him to put his opponents on diamonds, considering he has 2 of them. Pretty unlikely his opponent has hearts either. Taking his time to measure out how he wants to fire here. $600K in the middle already, reaching for chips.
3 bets. 275.
275 he goes with. Barrow going to give it some thought here.
Seven fold.
And as expected, lays down the king jack, makes the good fold.
Okay, button's good.
And our servers here are keeping the players hydrated.
Water cold, please.
We're down to 3 tables here in the 5,300 main event. Tomorrow will be the final table. They are playing down to that final table today. Tomorrow they will be playing for $900,000. You'll love to see it. And Zavortnish won several pots that he's got
Re-raise
here.
to 80.
Raises ace-4 suited in first position. 80,000 now.
Sorry, 2. 2 raised to 80.
And Ido with the pocket jacks right next door. Playing a deep stack here. Almost certainly got a 3-bet coming. And after some thought, re-raising chips are coming.
4 re-raised. 195.
195.
5 and 6 fold.
And folding the king-queen suited. Not folding the ace-8 suited.
1 fold.
And Ginquetti gets out of the way. And now back to Zavortnish. Lets it down.
Button's good.
And action continues here. 20,000, 40,000 are the blinds.
Action on 3.
Players are on day 3.
Three raised. 85.
And Zavortnish defending 9-8 off against the king-queen.
Heads up.
Gonna be heads up to the flop. And that 9-8 is gonna flop a 9. Top pair, 9-7 deuce with 2 hearts. Brick for the king-queen. Zavortnish checks over.
That's 55.
And 55,000 for the C-bet.
2's all in.
And all in announced. That's gonna get it done. Pair of nines picks up another one for Zortnish.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
These players are in a pickle between trying to want to accumulate and just hanging on to keep laddering up. Never-ending battle they must go through.
4 raised to 8.
Ido not looking to ladder anytime soon. Raising Queen Jack suited, putting the pressure on. And Robert Albera with the pocket sevens in the hijack.
225.
And 3-bet in 225. And in the big blind, Colopy wakes up ace king. It's going to be a rather unfortunate spot for the other players. Facing 225. Looks like Colopy's playing about a little bit more than $1 million back. A little bit more than $1 million on top is what I was trying to suggest. Probably going to go ahead and just see if all-in 4-bet here.
Three's all in.
Cool.
4 folds.
And
Seven
4-bet
calls.
all in. And snap call with the sevens. We have
Okay,
a
no more
race.
action.
Queen
Heads up.
Jack gets out of the
One all
way. Flipping ain't easy. And sevens in the lead. 5, deuce, 4. Queen of diamonds on the turn and ace on the river.
That'll be edited.
So much more painful to lose the flip
You
that
wanted
way.
on TV.
This is 1, 2. This is 1, 3.
We don't mind if you let an F-bomb loose here every now and then.
1.37.
Tournament, I
Yep,
heard that one from
1.37.
1.37?
Yes.
You were
And Albera appears.
It's got you covered by 10.
huh?
And
Yep,
covered by
exactly.
10,000. Great run by Albero. Well played.
360.
Going to be eliminated with 3 tables to go.
Oh, I'm thinking that's center.
Oh.
Actually, not eliminating.
Oh.
So
Right back.
1.370.
Oh.
Yep, we got 3 back. 3K. Sorry, 15.
And I'll have some chips to try to run it up with, but
15K left.
he is deflated, to say the least. Big flip for the ace king.
Okay, button seat 2.
Oh, well. That's fun.
Next level is 90 minutes, right?
Yeah. But we're gonna take a break.
Yeah.
An hour into it. We're not gonna play the whole level on a break.
All right, Albero's got 15K that he's got to work with. Has 3 hands to get it in before he's the big blind ante. He does not want to wait till then.
Maybe I'll move up.
Don't mind him folding that one though. And Heckman with some raisin chips, 85,000. down.
All in.
Seven's all in for 15.
Protection, no? Oh, that's good. Okay, you guys can fold. Yeah.
4 calls 40. Okay. So 45 in the main, the rest is on the side.
Ida with the queen deuce suited. We do have our all-in player now.
Okay, 3 players, 1 all in.
Oh, big line ante, can you win it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking because the 45 on the side, that was 3 times his all. If you're on the side, is
Yeah, he might be able to win the ante also. Is that a rule?
it's Annie first here.
Annie first, so he's entitled to the whole ante.
Right, so you have to put
So-
45K more,
Sorry.
or 40K more.
We're- Our Put pot's everything off. in.
That's
Okay.
40. That's 40.
Alright, hold on. Let's get the pot right. You're saying it's off? He was on for how much?
15.
It should be 50 on the
15.
side, correct?
So it's 45, 45. I mean, that's 45 total from all 3.
I believe it's 50.
Should be, yeah, 85.
85.
The
So
side is
and-
50, correct?
And is 40. 45 and 40.
I'm not there.
85 is there.
Okay.
We're good.
Side's
Right.
50?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
5
The
folds.
side's just in a weird spot.
It's good. Yeah, we're good. Pot right.
Side 5.
Oh, look. Maybe I won. Maybe.
Yeah.
Give him a deuce. Give him a deuce.
No more action. Heads up, 1 all in.
No queen. No queen. Deuce.
And Albero in with his pocket trace in the lead against the gut shot.
Wow.
And gonna
Okay, I'm still alive.
spin it up a little bit, chip in a chair.
Thank you very much.
You bluffer.
Button.
Same
I was college years with the
It's okay.
And Albero quadding up his micro stack.
Better to be sure.
And he doesn't want to pay the big blind next hand. I would highly recommend whatever trash he gets dealt here should be an all-in. And let's see if he does go all in here.
Action on 7.
I think folding here is a big mistake with the ante.
7's all in.
King 8. Gonna be in. Now he's got a chance to really accumulate. And
You don't have to call.
got our first Nat appearance, defending his big blind for the minish raise. Queen 10 versus the King 8.
Heads up, 1 all in.
My head, but
53-47 for this 350K pot. And King's 8's 2 pair, big lead, drawing dead, going to the river. Albero spin doctors, running it up, chipping a chair, 15,000 up to 350 now. Let's not worry about the 40 and 40 he's about to post, but that's another story for another day.
all right, guys, it's gonna cost you guys. Let me see. It's gonna cost you guys 200 and change. That's calling me because I'm going.
Poker's funny because
It's 190.
even if you got 300K or 3 million, if you win a couple pots, you find chirping chips in that stack. It doesn't matter.
Fold equity.
Something about having something to say when you're winning, so much easier.
Call me is gonna cost you this.
Is there a
And Heckman with the muck.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I
1
don't
fold.
care about that.
And Ryan folding the Jack 10 up front. Colopy with the Ace 10 in the hijack.
Oh, when you even pass.
Three raises.
And raise.
25.
Ido with the Ace King right behind. These players are playing very deep. I've seen Ido take his time in the few spots he's had so far. At least they've been justified. Re-raise is almost certainly on the way. And they're
Four
reaching
raises. 270.
270,000 is the 3-bet.
5 folds. 6 folds.
25, 50, 50. We are gonna take a break in 1 hour.
You know,
Pause the clock at 30.
What is it?
270.
And this is actually a dream spot for Albero, whether he realizes it or not. He's fully live against both players, and if he gets in there, it may be enough to get the other player to fold anyways. Colopy may call the Ace 10 as is, but if Colopy folds for 85,000 in there, that adds so much to the 230 that Albero's got back. That this is a true run-up spot opportunity for Albero. Literally just a few hands ago had 15,000, and now is the chance to run it up to about 750K or so. Colopy's got a tricky hand for multi-way. Doesn't play that great. And the Ace King
No more action.
against the Queen 7.
Heads up, one all in.
And 3 of a kind kings. That's gonna more or less end it. And no heart redraw. And kings full of 9s is gonna knock out Roberto Albero in whatever place he got. 3 tables remaining. Great run.
Okay, button
Bring us
is
somewhere
6.
fun. No fucking.
That is our second elimination at this second feature table.
That's small, one big.
I don't trust reality shows. Who's scripted to win?
You
this
can
one?
trust this reality show.
At least they can't script the seat too.
Blinds up.
Yeah, they're up.
Okay, so blinds are up. So
Well, what is why would you? Shouldn't the
Blinds,
player
blinds.
coming be in the big blind?
2550.
They said just keep yelling, but I'm by
But
the time
doesn't
we
this-
get 'em, I told him.
This
my
isn't the
boss.
situation you wouldn't.
2550. Yeah, blinds
I
are
told my
2550.
boss by the time we get him over here.
Integrity of the event. No, that's fine.
But this
Yep.
reminds me of what
Action
they
number
say.
1.
Yeah, for sure.
They would always do it unless this was the production.
It's 50. It's
I
25.
just wish they had a reason
But
other
it's a
than
dead
like
small, so yeah.
the commute.
So we have dead small. One big only. 2 fold.
The one who comes have to wait there till the black. Kind of black.
I should be the one upset. I lost a free hand.
Blinds are
Every
up,
day,
right?
they lost that.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Still.
3 raises. So 105.
And blinds are now 25 and 50K. Player's going to play for another hour before they take their next break. Colopy with the Queen 10 suited raises 105. Pocket 4 is next door for Ido. Weighing his options. Decides to let it go.
5 and 6 folds.
And down with the Ace 8. And Heckman with the Ace 6. Getting a better price than some of the other players.
Nine call.
And does make the call for 105.
Action all 9.
And Colopy out flops the Ace 6. Backdoor spades are an option for Heckman.
Of course.
Three bets, 130. Nine faults. Oh, sorry.
When you say three bets, I keep thinking like I'm three betting.
Yeah, I know.
And then I realize that you don't mean three betting, you mean threes betting.
Sorry. You want me to say C3?
I kind of would prefer it.
Okay. So, I have a dead.
Yeah, it's just a
It's a
moving
dead button.
button, so this position gets dealt in,
Okay.
unfortunately, that's
Okay.
where it's at.
Like what?
Are you gonna mic him up?
Yeah.
Right here, you sit.
Buttons in the 8 seat.
Somehow get to play the button.
Hello, friends.
His name was the button?
Yeah, he's not coming in between anything.
What a venue.
Yeah.
Action on 2.
Oh my god.
Chicken empanada. Whose is this?
Action on seat
He
3.
said you could have it.
Who would leave that?
3 faults.
And action continues. 25 and 50 on the blinds.
Stop having. Gonna make you laugh more.
Good. You guys should be going friendly.
Yeah, it's
And Anda
relax till you got there.
Raise
I
it.
pocket
imagine
sevens.
How quiet it was. I just said laughing.
6 faults.
And we got a new player,
I think he said
Seating 4.
Martin Zamani, joining the table.
Seat 9 faults.
Selfie together. Martin. Maybe Frog Guy is one.
Seat 1 fault.
What's your last name?
And seven's gonna take it down.
Buttons in the 9 seat.
Say so.
We get a count for 8.
Oh, what's your last name? I thought you said no.
Yeah, what's your last name?
Yeah, I know. Okay. The other guy took that. He just won first.
Did I go get your chip count?
Huh?
Did I get your chip count?
Find out.
785. Seating at 785.
Okay.
That's nice.
Won't even help the dealer count it. Jeez, tough crowd.
Dude, you can't vlog this stuff.
I understand making a player count it, but jeez,
Action on C3.
Zamani having fun already.
Three fold, 4 folds.
Right.
5 fold. C6 raise to 100.
And Nat with the raise, King Jack offsuit in the hijack.
Just put him in the box.
C8
I
folds.
see some pool.
C9 folds.
Camera right there.
Am I
You're probably
supposed
gonna
to
want
show
to
it?
slide your
One
chips
fold?
over. Yeah. You don't have to show. I don't think. As long as the cards are in the box.
I can do that part. Nice and laid out.
And Zavortnish ace-9 offsuit in the big blind, facing this hijack raise.
C2 calls.
Decides to go with the flat call. And the flop, King, Queen, Jack, 2 pair for Nat. Zavortnish with a straight draw.
C6 bets. 80.
80,000 and wins the pot.
Um,
25 and 50K on the blinds.
Thank you. Buttons in C1. Is that better? Okay, no problem.
And the chat absolutely blowing up.
Quiet. We're doing quiet.
I see.
Fans love the Nat. Take it down.
Got any, that's why I like seeing you come in here. Maybe you can loose it up.
Action on C4.
You got any interesting stories?
4 holds.
Any hot takes?
Yeah.
I don't know why that's funny.
I'm sure. The way you said it was just.
5 raise.
And pocket fours with the raise. 150 is the current action.
Cool. That's a good one.
Folds. Seat 6 folds. Seat 8 folds.
And Zamani mucking the sixes.
9 folds. C1 folds.
And Zavortnish with King Queen offsuit gonna lay it down. And had been playing really snug.
Do you do yoga?
No, I'm yogaless.
Call up
today.
with the suited
I had
King
Taco
5.
Bell delivery order last night.
Facing another 100K on this 3X.
Just to get it working.
Yoga might come out hot after Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
C3 folds.
And King 5 will defend.
Okay, heads up. King 5. Action on the seat 3.
And
3
8-6 tray, rainbow.
3.
Reasonable flop for fours.
Seat 5's all in.
All in was the bet, and that's going to take it down.
It's gonna look bad on the stream.
Why?
My hand.
You need button in seat 2.
You got a good hand?
I did after the flop.
Oh.
How is that?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Hope they don't show that one.
25 and 50K on the blind to start this hand.
Just saying.
And Anda picked up a couple pots recently.
That was gonna be a
Fucking ace
highlight
deuce.
reel or
Folds,
something.
6
Oh.
folds.
Everyone can see how bad you play.
Uh-oh.
Right now.
You're exposed for.
And Heckman,
Yeah.
ace queen offsuit.
And raise. 105.
I was already exposed.
105 is the current action.
C1 fold.
Ryan gonna muck the queen tray.
Seat 2 fold. C3 fold.
And Ido in the big blind, Jack 4 suited. Probably gonna peel a flop here.
C4
Price is right.
105. Heads up.
And a pair of jacks for Ido. Gut shot with the queen for Heckman.
C9.
Ace and queen are live overcards.
Heads up.
There is 2 checks. Nines are gonna pair. Jacks and nines still the best hand. Be a little surprised if he checks here. Simply surprised he's going to want to put some pressure on.
Or bet.
Get some value in there. Chooses 110,000.
Can I get a massage?
Who are you asking?
You.
C9 calls.
First one to ask is who I was asking.
Heads up.
I've never seen one.
No.
And ace queen is going to call. Trying to peel his gut shot or hit one of his overs. Certainly a chance ace high was the best hand, but in this example it is not.
I want one too.
King on the river. Seems like a card Ido's going to want to check call on rather than try to get some value on. And I would not be surprised to see Heckman turn this hand into a bluff if checked to.
C4 check.
And indeed, Ido checks it over. And as advertised, Heckman reaching for chips. 200 going to be the bet.
200.
I'm imagining those are not coming back. There are a couple kings your opponent can have here, but there really aren't that many. And wow, Jack gets laid down. That surprises me quite a bit. Queen 10 was already a straight, so the king didn't improve that.
Button and C3.
Yeah, you can go over and load.
Did not think that was that great a fold. That's so easy to say from the booth, though. These players are battling it out on day 3.
You guys gonna play?
And Heckman chipping up.
C6.
Tell us about it. I haven't heard of it yet.
Saw some hats.
And some good quality trolling going on. If you know, you know. I'm not going to be the one to bring it up, unfortunately.
D9 fold.
King 9 in the muck from Heckman.
C1 fold. C2 fold. C3 fold.
And Queen 10 in the small blind.
C5 check.
And has been playing pretty straightforward. I'm not sure how much they've played together so far. Queen 10 with the limp and flops a 10. Best hand for Ido.
C4 check.
Gonna check it over.
C5 bets 100.
And taking this as a shot to represent.
C4 call.
Ido with the second pair fold on the previous hand. Not ready to let it go quite yet this hand.
C4 check.
Checks it over. And it checks it back. 8 high against the pair of 10s. Flush card comes. Players are weighing their options.
C4 check.
Ido checks it over
C5 check.
and is gonna check. Pair of 10s gonna win.
Bad time to bluff.
Button and C4.
It was a bad time to give up, that's for sure. Bluff might not have been finished there, Mr. Anda. Or you could have been losing more chips. We will never know.
It was the same spot.
Switch the whole seat. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. It's just in case I have to balance you, you were supposed to. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't smell that bad.
And Zamani getting comfortable.
Action in C7.
And 25 and 50 still.
It's like he's playing
Eight was
two
supposed to be
positions in
C7.
blackjack.
In blackjack specifically.
C7 folds. C9 folds. C1 fold.
Did you have to be in the first? You were supposed to come into the big one, but they were too lazy to bring the footage.
They were rolls there, it's okay. They're mentioning how you guys were complaining about it. They didn't really.
They said we
C5
don't
fold.
care.
No.
Let them complain, we'll wait.
They just said they were asking.
C4
Bunch of
check.
nonsense so far. Queen 4 in the small blind. Gonna give a walk.
Action.
The Nat scooping up the 6 high walk.
Tampa Tom.
Button and C5.
Hey.
Tampa Tom.
We gotta win. I'll take that then. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Action on C9.
And Heckman did muck the ace-10 last hand.
C9 raise. 105.
Choose to open for 105 this hand. Ace-jack. One notch better. Ryan with the ace-7 suited.
C1 fold.
Didn't want to 3-bet it. Calling would have been a little rough. And Colby with the same hand, ace-jack suited though. See how he wants to play it. And 3-betting chips are getting reached for.
Seat 3, re-raise to 305. Seat 4, seat 5.
And 305 is a re-raise with that ace-jack suited. And that's going to let the 7s go in the big blind. King-jack in the muck for Zumani. And 200K more for Heckman. Tends a little tough to play out of position. Sometimes it's exciting to 4-bet with it. I'm feeling a big pop brewing. These are not calling chips. These are re-raising chips. 6 1/4. It looks like. 4-bet to 625.
25.
Heckman with the ace-jack 4-bet in the same hand scenario. And Colby with a really tough spot now. The screen shows Heckman with about 730 back. I'm counting a little more than that, probably about 1 million back. I think he's got 3 stacks of yellow, a stack of blue is 8, and 1 red on top and a little bit more below that. So it looks like he's got about 1 million back. If Colby decides to put in the 5-bet, that would be very impressive. Heckman is the under-the-gun opener and 4-better. Clearly repping all the strength right now. That's the story he's trying to sell anyways. And lays it down. It's tough to say how many of those similar situations these two players have put each other in so far this tournament, because that could certainly have played into some factors there. Alright, looks like we are losing Tampa Tom.
What do you mean? We're gonna see you.
Heckman looks like.
Tell us now so we can enjoy it and needle him.
Small
Oh
blind.
my god.
Small blind.
And Heckman lets him know he had the ace-jack offsuit.
Button to seat 6. Small blind 7. Action on 2.
And it looks like Heckman's going to one of the other tables to balance him out. There are eliminations going on at the other games.
Seat 3 raise.
We are working our way to the final table tomorrow. We'll be bringing it to you live. Cards in the air at 1 p.m. Stream starts at 1:30. Come in and check us out. We'll be following and sweating these players all the way down to the end. Back to this hand though, Colby with the ace-8 suited, gonna open to 105. Ido with a 3-betting hand, wants to play his suited ace-6. 315 with the 3-bet. And our 5-seat Anda taking his time with the 9-8. And he was in no man's land. Glad we figured that out real quick. Trays in the muck from Nat. And Colby just found out he got bluffed off a chop. And Colby gonna lay down the ace-8 suited.
Button in seat 7.
Seven-handed play continues here on our featured table here in the 5300 main event. My name is Michael Lockie. I'm calling the shots with you here with Poker Night in America.
Action starts on seat 3.
Players, someone in the chat's asking how many are left. I'm assuming it's very close to 21, give or take a player or two. If we just had to go down from 8 to 7 to balance, that means one of the other tables had at least 6. So there's certainly very close to 21 players. And back to this hand, Colby with the raise, 105K. Zamani on the button, pocket tens. Expect this to get working. He is all in. And Colby's got to be getting just about sick of getting 3-bet. It's what I believe 3 hands in a row, if not very close to that. One of them was a 4-bet bluff.
Okay, so one fold, two fold.
And Zavortnish folding those 7s in the big blind. Now Colby, the under the gun opener. Lays down the ace-10. Zamani scoops up the pot.
Button in seat 1.
Should push him to over 1 million chips at the moment.
Action on seat 4. Seat 4 fold, seat 5 fold, seat 6 fold.
And Zamani, after picking up those chips, has an ace-7 off in the cutoff. Trying to take some inventory to see where he stands.
Seat 5 raise.
Puts in a raise for a
125.
125. And Ryan on the button, pocket tens. He's got about a 700K stack. I'm imagining this is about to be all in. These players don't like being under 20 blinds.
Seat 1's all in.
And Ginquetti all in.
Sorry.
Turbo mucks all around.
Everyone fold.
Just throw it all at the dealer. Why not?
Button. Button is in seat 2.
And Ryan accumulates.
Action on seat 5. 5 fold, seat 6 fold.
Indeed, we got 2,600 people watching live at this time. They are bringing the heat from Ukraine, watching Nat in the yellow. Martin Zamani here, Ryan Ginquetti, several others on the other tables vying for this final table here at the 5300 main event. Zavortnish on the button, ace-4 suited. He's going to raise most of his chips, leave a little crumbs behind.
To 300.
And raise is to 300. He is essentially all in. And Colby with the same hand, gonna call.
300. Four folds.
And he is not quite all in yet. Colby almost tabled his hand, but it don't matter. Probably gonna bet it dark here. You see the 20K rolling in there, and
Five.
Zavortnish making sure there's not a pay jump he could get, even though he's got a nut flush draw. And Zavortnish certainly not folding. I'm actually wondering if he's going to make someone call a clock on him. He may just sit here indefinitely. That's the only real reason here. Maybe somebody busts on another table and he gets a pay jump. I'm curious how long the table is going to let this go on. Ryan's starting to laugh about it. You can see it in his eyes. It's not camera time, Ryan. He is trying to make some money. All right, and I think that might have been an official clock request.
Martin, do you want to use this opportunity to promote your affiliate deal with For Poker?
Yeah, I would like to promote my affiliate deal.
All right, 30-second clock, okay?
You need 4
You get-
accounts, let
You
me
get
know.
5 seconds, I'll count you down.
No mono account?
No.
Trying to make an online joke. He wants to burn all 30 seconds and call with 1 second remaining. Not sure Adam heard him properly, but I'm glad the players didn't take too long before calling that clock. I was curious how long that was going to go.
C2 calls all in.
And same hand with a flush draw.
He's brutal.
No action. It's up 1 all in.
And brick on the turn. And brick on the river. These players are going to chop up ace high.
It's chop.
Yeah.
I was like, is there even a pay jump?
Free rolling means I can't win.
You almost
It was
didn't win.
close enough. But he has to club on the turn.
enjoyed like you were pissing out.
Okay, so
They're
300.
both
and
free.
300.
about the pay jump.
Okay.
You have to
And
club on the
button
turn,
is
you're both
C3.
free rolling.
Glad the players didn't let that go on too long. Action continues here. Being locked in this room makes it a little bit difficult for people to stall and try to use pay jumps to their advantage, but they're still going to try their best to make the most money they can, as we should expect as organizers.
C6.
And Mack going to fold the 8-5 suited up front. Couple trash hands, likely meeting the muck as well. Zavortnish in the 2-seat with his ace-jack now. This is likely going to be a mostly all-in, as he has been doing so far. And raise to all but 20. And our big blind is gonna muck.
1 folds.
Scoop the blinds and antes.
Button and C4.
And 3 tables left here in the main event. Martin Zamani
7 folds.
laying it down. Ace Jack for Ryan.
Seat 1 raise. 105.
And raises to 105.
Seat 2 full.
Zavortnish out of the way.
Seat 3 full.
Ida with the Jack 4 suited on the button. Not interested.
Seat 4 full.
And in the small blind, King 9 suited.
Call.
Likes the
Seat 5
price.
calls 105. Seat 6 calls 1.
And Nat King 10 offsuit in the big. Gonna defend. 3 players.
6 and 1.
Ace Jack's gonna flop him in rough shape.
Seat 5 checks.
3 ways.
Seat 6 checks.
Couple King highs and a pair of aces so far.
Players, please.
Seat 1 bets 115.
And 115 is gonna take it down.
Button in seat 5.
Oh, what did you say? What
I was a little confused, but it's okay. You're 4 and I didn't, no problem.
Let's show
You made the ladder.
Seat 1.
You made it.
Yeah, I saw it. Good idea.
It's important. I was a lock.
Seat 1 full.
And Zavortnish, Ace King. His chips have been moving, but he's had plenty of good hands to justify it. And another one of his patented mostly all-in raises.
435.
And his mostly all-in is 435. He's got about 60K back. And pocket aces for Colopy right behind him. And probably going for the flat call, hoping someone else wants to get involved. Call 435.
5 and 6 folds.
Ido out. Zamani out. And
Okay. Heads up.
we are going to be in a very similar situation. He's got one bet left, and he's going to probably find a couple stalling spots in order to try to ladder just in case he does get knocked out.
Seat 3 bets 100. Seat 2
And
all
he
in.
goes ahead and verbalizes the call, and the ace king is going to be against the aces.
1 all in.
He's got a long road to catch up here. Needs a queen or a jack or running kings, and the 4 on the turn is going to do it. Full house Colopy. 4 is full of aces on the run out. It's going to eliminate Zavortnish in what appears to be 21st place, as I can finally get a little view of that clock. 21st place right there.
Poker night in America. You know this? It's not poker night in Russia.
Oh, okay. It's not Russia.
Ukrainian.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's always a big difference, right?
Huh?
It's always a very big difference.
Yeah, my wife is Ukrainian.
And-
I call her, yeah, sometimes I call her a Russian.
I bet she loves that.
To us, there's no difference.
Wouldn't be a poker game without some
Wait,
appropriate and inappropriate comments of our backgrounds. Half the game we play, half the fun, you know.
Astro starts in seat 3.
And Colopy, after the knockout with aces, gonna sit this one out. Queen tray off for Ido, gonna muck it.
Before I look,
5 and 6
what do you
fold.
think is the worst hand that I'll put it in with here?
1, 2,
King 4 suited.
2, 7.
I found it. I'm all in.
And you're like 3?
Seat 7's all in.
6.
Zamani all in with the 10-9 offsuit.
665.
Ryan Gonna take a little look-ski, see if he's got something worth calling. Ace-8 suited, probably gonna be good enough. Gonna make the call.
Sam, by the way.
Heads up, 1 all in.
Zamani's gonna be at risk here. 10-9 offsuit against the Ace-8 suited for Ryan Ginquetti.
Now you understand, right?
feeling it?
I'm always feeling
There we
it.
go. Good start.
And King Jack 6 gives a gut shot for Zumani. Pairs the kings a brick.
Oh my god.
Pair of nines on the end. Gonna improve to nines for Zamani. Kings and nines gonna find a double up.
Will we do a redraw now or no?
What is it?
665.
I thought we were at 19 when you were doing the hand for hand.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
6. We do a redraw.
My
and
phone's over there. We're not at 18. We will redraw at 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 665.
But we will wait for a player, right?
No. There's 7, 6.
Okay, 665.
I thought they said to wait after this hand.
We
I
applied.
did because I had to go.
Oh, sorry.
Ah. Okay.
Okay, button 67.
Thought you had him covered. That's what. I see that. Yeah. I was letting you know I didn't.
Okay, and blinds here, please.
And six-handed action continues here.
Second time. What?
You're not at war. That's good. Not good.
Who's
but-
not at war?
Why did I kill the conversation?
Action starts on seat 4. Seat 4 folds.
Pocket nines for Anda.
Seat 5's all in.
Rips it all in.
Does Spain still have an armada?
Seat 7 folded. Seat 1 folded.
The Spanish armada?
Smart.
What was the 7 for the 7? 804.
So
The original one was about 690.
No,
seat 3
it's
folded.
I'm gonna gain about 125 more on that shove.
Button in seat 1.
suited pair. Yeah. Probably the worst hand I would do that with.
Can I get your name? Please. Thank you.
And 25, 50, and 50K.
Action on seat 5. Action on seat 6 raises.
And that ace trace suited
Seven.
in the hijack. Gonna bump it up to 100.
Seat 1 fold.
Been a little bit quiet today, but it's not for lack of trying. Real easy to go card dead and hold them. Ido taking some inventory real quick.
Seat 4 call.
Does want to defend the Jack 6 suited.
Heads
We
up.
are heads up. Ace tray against the Jack 6 and a brick for both players. 9-9-4. Ace high still in the lead. And 80K on the C-bet. Gonna take it down.
Button on.
And Natinko. Hope I said that right. I don't know. It's a tricky one. Players are grinding.
Action starts on seat 6. Seat 6 folds.
And not gonna muck the ace 9 up front.
Seat 7 folds.
Justified.
Seat 1 fold. Seat 3 fold.
Nine deuce off for Ido. Not ready to let it go. And King 5 suited for Anda with the check. big flop for Ido. Top and bottom pair with the 9 deuce. Middle pair for king 5. That's about as good as the 9 deuce could ask for here.
5 call.
Goes for the min bet and gets some value. Queen on the turn. Gonna shrink up that king 5 a little bit, but 9 deuce still feeling pretty good. It's the best way for him to make some money here.
C4 bets 200. C5 calls.
And facing 200,000, and is gonna give up that 5.
Okay, button and C4.
And away we go.
Thank you.
We got ourselves a dealer change.
A Nissan.
I'm sorry.
No fewer than 1 9.
Appreciate everyone for tuning in with us. Make sure you're following Poker Night in America on YouTube and the Twitters. Other places we're involved in: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and don't forget pokernight.com. If you're one of the crypto bros and you are aware of what a MetaMask wallet is and or Polygon network, don't be afraid to connect that MetaMask and watch the Poker Night streams on the website and get paid in some attention tokens for doing so. Don't be afraid to hit us up if you have any questions on that.
Should we have break in 15?
If I heard right, the players will be on a break of their own in 15 minutes.
What?
How about you?
Good, how are you?
Teacher's pet.
Six-handed on our feature table. Currently 3 tables.
Sorry, folks. One folks. Three, that's 105,000. 6 folks.
Calliope with the raise and take. And Zumani is the big. Ryan will be first act with the queen tray. Trying to get out of line, but can't justify it. Being card dead is not fun.
Four bets 100,000.
Ido with the raise, ace tray offsuit, and amongst the pocket 4s behind.
All in.
And Zumani 3-bet all in.
So evil. That was the funniest all in I ever saw.
Nothing quite like a 3-bet all in while the guy's giggling.
You should have texted me that. Now they know. They're in the move somewhere. I see.
Can't reach my phone, yeah.
I was expecting to 3-bet you with a bad hand, and then I looked down at like a very reasonable hand. I got excited.
Sometimes when a good player giggles, it's because they have a hand that even they don't believe that they have. Some people that's a king queen, some people that's a little bit stronger, but hey, Zumani just likes to laugh. Ido with the ace 10, gonna pump it up.
Oh.
Seven.
That's buying grinding.
Ryan in the small blind, sitting on about 300K. Only about 6 big blinds. Excuse me, he is the big, not the small. He completes King 7 off for Ryan. Got about 250K back. And 5-5 deuce.
When do we get a
Ace
break?
high still in the lead.
10 minutes.
5 minutes and 30 seconds. 10
Five.
minutes and 30 seconds.
Slow roll.
It was.
And bets enough to put them all in. Ryan's gonna muck it. Save those chips for a better spot. And couple folds up front. Zimani on the button. Probably going to be looking to play.
Are you including your small or not? You should include the small.
Not including the small.
That's why. 40.
Yeah. Yes, I have 240.
10% of a stack. Might as well include it.
And he's all in. 240,000. And the call from CP.
And King 8 all in. Small blind for Ryan against the Ace Jack.
I don't want to say, it would be rude.
King on the flop for Ryan gives him the best hand for now. Spades help him out as well. And brick on the river. Ryan gets the double up. King 8 against the Ace Jack.
I don't know you.
Not when you're in disguise, you don't.
240.
240?
And Ryan gets the button as well for his efforts.
That's crazy. The guy with 16K was back up to like 200.
Who?
The gentleman in the seat before you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He had 15.
15.
Lot easier.
And Roberto had 15K and had a shot at a 700K pot. Almost had a chip and a chair dream. Pocket nines for Anda, and in the under the gun, gonna shove it all in. And shoves for about 600,000. Ido in the big blind, gonna make the call. Ace King against the nines. We got a race.
The race fight? What? The race war? Bad joke.
And ace on the flop.
Don't do it.
Ido far in the lead. Anda needs a 9, and he is not going to get it. Aces and 8s with the king for Ido. Going to eliminate seat 5.
Maybe an early break right now. 7 minutes. You got to do a redraw.
Yeah, what do you think about
And I believe our players are down to 18, and it looks like we're going to be doing another redraw.
Yeah. It's like when you trade in your phone at the end of your contract. Everything's on film. Grab my bag. You know, I don't know everyone here, so no.
Do they do another redraw now?
We are redrawing.
Yeah, they're doing a whole nother full redraw.
You're all done, and then that goes. All right, so I can do it.
No, no, it was in here, so I didn't want to just do it myself.
So is this redraw all part of the break?
It'll
All
be a
wrapped into
redraw,
one?
yeah, and then the break. And then the break.
Okay, so redraw, play a little, and then the
C1.
break?
No.
Oh, okay.
See one? Okay.
6.
K-I-L-K, kill kid. Where am I putting my chips?
To the side.
I think, well, we all need to do it to the right, or we all need to do it to the left.
To the side of your camera.
Well, because like, chips are either like be really close to these slides, so percent to the right. I don't care which way it is, but
I'm gonna call over there and tell them we're just about
like, I
ready.
think the right makes more sense. Yeah, I think the right.
All right, this is Michael Lockie calling the shots here for Poker Night in America.
Do you guys want to
We
go?
are
I don't know.
working
That's
the
what I did. So I
feature
checked
table.
after it, so
There are now 2 tables left in the 5300 main event here at Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. It's been a recent redraw. Our production team is gathering the necessary information to try and get the graphics proper for you folks. Make sure to check us out on YouTube, Twitch, or pokernight.com, wherever it is you prefer to watch your streams.
Can you hear me?
Alright, we're back. 25, 50, 15, and there's still 35 minutes left in that level.
I've seen essential water next to you on the table.
35 minutes?
So the crappy ones.
Can you hear me now?
No essentials.
Unlucky.
And we have some new chips, new seats for the players. Seat 1, Martin Zamani, 1.4 million.
Looking for one.
Joe McKeon in seat 2, playing about 300,000. He must not have had a very good 3 tables down. And James Mackey is our seat 3 right now, playing about 5.2 million. Ryan Ginquetti is playing in seat 4, 500 and change. Matt Affleck is going to be in seat 5, 1.5 million and change.
C2 is all
volume on
All right, back to the action.
290.
Joe McKeon all in.
I didn't like it. Lower.
C4 is all in.
Yes, sir, Joey.
And Ryan is going to isolate. And he has pocket queens against the pocket 9s. Big blind's going to let it go. And Joe is going to need some help. Queens against the 9s. And a 9 on the flop, giving Joe the best hand. Gonna have to fade a heart on the river, but a queen also gets the job done. 3 of a kind for Ryan. Gonna eliminate Joe McKeon. Pulling the old just vanish away. Not a big fan of hanging out and chatting afterwards.
He gave a nice hand and everything. Oh my god. You don't think that was funny? Come on, man.
And Joe McKeon out.
That's all the yeah, you can have to,
I think we might need a drink too, guys.
Guy's won some pretty big all-ins in his life.
C3 raised to 100,000.
And James Mackey with the open to 100. Players still playing 25, 50, and 50.
5 flips. 6 flips. 7 flips.
And 4 million on that stack. Pocket Jack's gonna flat on the button. Seat 8.
9 flips. 1 flips.
And James Mackey gonna be heads up with his King 9 against the Pocket Jacks. And ace on the flop, not great for either player. Gonna give something for Mackey to represent, though. He wants to make those jacks fold.
So 3 bets 110,000.
Buck 10 is gonna be the bet. And the jacks are not looking to go anywhere quite yet. Not believing the ace. 8 pairs on the turn.
3 checks.
Mackey's not going to find another shell right now. Checks it over. And how do the jacks want to play this? Going to check it back. And 10 on the river. Brick for both players. King high against the pair of jacks.
3 checks. 8 checks.
And check, check. Pair of jacks are going to win the pot.
Good afternoon. Somebody like something to drink? Drink?
2 waters, please.
Give me 1 second. What do you want?
Can I get an old fashioned?
Old
Do it
fashioned?
right, yeah.
I thought we all had one of those.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're all in?
Casamigos.
No, we don't have that.
No,
You're in?
no liquid?
We have that.
I don't think people drink alcohol.
Yeah, I'll take the down hold up.
Alright, let me know what you want.
You gotta
Black tea.
hurry up too, cause.
No, a fun one. Like something fun. We'll have a team
Yeah,
meeting.
no.
I don't drink
Thank you.
alcohol.
A different, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I drink tea or water, like only. That's the only thing I drink.
Those in the chat that are asking, I am triple checking that I got all the names right before I start firing them out there.
And you said water too?
6
Yes.
folds. 7
I'll
folds.
have a
Promise to give everyone as much credit as I can.
Latte?
steak plain, very good.
8 folds.
Hey, wait a second, wait a second. Give me a second. I'm all in.
9's
Cause
all in.
I gotta make sure that I'm able to.
And
Go for
all
it.
in.
Go for it.
Make it a double.
Yes.
Takes it down.
The double. Double for the double.
So you guys only drink water, guys? That's a virgin table. What's going on? You gotta get the drink going. Any Russian on the table, guys? Because I don't see why you guys not having vodka.
5 folds.
Any Russian?
6
No.
folds. 7 checks. 8 folds.
If you had to guess that one of us being Russian, who would it be?
Where's Mikhail?
9 folds.
It's probably me, right?
Yeah, like I didn't.
A lot of people say I look Russian.
Yeah, it's like,
We got
English and Irish. So I get it Russian a lot. People think I'm Russian.
I had a decent hand, but I'm waiting on my
And
that's why I didn't show up.
James Mackey in the small blind, going to limp the king deuce offsuit. Ryan in the big blind.
You're waiting on drink the title.
4 checks.
With the check.
That's it.
Drink for sure, but cash.
And a middling connecting board.
I want to have like
Brick for both players. King high is technically still in the lead. I'm imagining anyone sneezing at this one is going to take it down.
4 checks.
And 2 players check. 8 of hearts. Gives Ryan an awkward open ender and gives Mackey an awkward flush draw, but hey.
3 checks.
Nick, he has his dream tournament idea. It's a tag team tournament. You have to do
Both players are gonna check it.
The tournament with your partner.
And queen on the end gives Ryan the best hand.
The
3 checks.
the tag team case bracelet.
Can't imagine he's going to find a value bet here.
Like some type of tournament where
Probably just show it down.
card use, like each player gets one card, they can pick one person to have to take a drink or something.
Fucked up at the table quiz.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Like, all going.
4 bets 75,000.
Mack's gonna give it a little consideration. Ten was a straight on the turn, so the queen didn't change much in that sense. Mackey probably was thinking more of what his raising options were, but decides to let it go.
Seat 6 raises to 125,000.
And seat 6, Mike Kilker opens up the action with an ace-10 offsuit.
Fold. One fold. Three fold. Four fold.
I feel like a mullet like that, you need a mustache.
I don't look good with a mustache. I mean, I don't look good with a wallet either, so I guess that shouldn't be stopping me.
Five fold.
What type of mustache would you get? Would you get a little design?
I don't think
He has to get like
I've only had a mustache once.
the handlebar
like
mustache.
doing
Just
COVID
like the
took me for a vault. So like, I think the only thing I can do is just like the lip.
The handlebar. That's
I
all
don't
you
think
need.
the handlebars and I don't think it's even possible for me.
We should find out.
Table commenting on Chris Brewer's lovely locks of hair.
Okay, we'd have to up the price a lot.
Couple of these older guys are jealous.
Who's it that with?
Okay.
Maybe not so much at this table.
Really bad. Hate to have a mullet.
That's so funny. Can we ask a number? Like, how much is he paying
Eight
for
fold.
What has it been now? More than 5 figures.
this? Really? Oh my god, that's so good.
Nine
A
folds.
little bit.
And Queen Jack suited for
How long
Zamani.
has this been happening?
I started growing it like a year ago.
Okay.
It's too much to go to college if a guy can pay another guy to wear a mullet. All because of that.
The funny thing is, he said,
Zamani rips it in.
he said he would have paid more.
One fold.
1, 3.
Matt Affleck in the big blind.
1, 3, 5, 5.
Zamani ripping in the Queen Jack. Matt Affleck ace queen. This is a big rip, but I don't expect Matt to go anywhere. This is the spot he's been waiting for. There's a lot of chips you could maneuver with, though, if you fold. Could be concerned about a flip. Checking the scoreboard. Want to see where we're at. Maybe there's a pay jump coming up, and he is going to be in the ICM cage.
Six
What'd you have?
Zamani
Turn over,
forcing
man.
it through.
Would you? It's gonna be on the stream anyway.
Two folds. Or did you get the all in? Seat 1 went all in.
Matt lays down the ace queen.
No. He showed Sam.
It's all going on the stream anyways. Yeah, I didn't see. I hope you lied about it.
It's hard for Matt to put Zamani on that hand in particular. That's one of the opportunities he would have been crushing.
Scotty win. And like at some PLO table, and it goes like, he 3-bets aces, the flop comes like, whatever, 3 calls, he bets, Scotty raises pot, he like takes trouble and folds. This guy's like, you're gonna be sick, baby, you're gonna be sick. He goes, flop 2K on you. And he ends up getting knocked out, and he's walking out. He's like talking to his wife, and he's like, you know, at least I made that good fold. And he looks up on the, they have it like on the projector, like the stream or whatever. It's just complete nothing. Just as little as zero. Doesn't even have a straight draw. He's like, you're gonna be sick, baby. So good.
And Affleck going with the raise on the button,
Like
king
really
9
proud,
suited.
At least I made that good discipline.
And Mike Kilker, our seat 6 player, eyeballing his neighbor's stack. Looks like he's got some re-raise intentions. Indeed, he does. 3 bets.
Six raises to 350,000.
About tree 50.
7 folds.
And now Matt with the king 9 suited on the button. 240 to call. Certainly considering what an all-in would feel like. Love to know how much these guys have played together so far. Could definitely have an influence on this decision. And Kilker with the great 3-bet in the right time. Scoops the pot from Affleck. Still sitting with plenty of chips here despite the shortcomings of the last couple hands. He easily could also be eliminated or mega short had he had called and lost 30% of the time to Zamani's all-in a couple hands ago. But a little bit more often he would have been sitting nice and pretty in the 3 million range. Tough to say. And just like that, Zamani pocket queens immediately following the hand where he just ripped in 25 or so blinds effective with queen jack. All right.
1 raises to 125.
And a raise 125 for the pocket queens.
Yes, 125,000.
And Matt Affleck taking his time here. Lays it down. And the button gonna call ace-5 suited.
7 folds. 8 folds.
King Jack tray rainbow. Queen's still in the lead. Ace-5. Not a great flop. And gonna let it go. And Zamani does a little advertising. Appreciate you guys very much for tuning in with us here on the Poker Night in America live stream. We are on a 30-minute delay here in Hollywood, Florida, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Big shout out to all the staff here for all the great accommodations and for a fantastic series put on. You don't want to miss several upcoming series. We got the Everglades Poker Open. We got the Rock and Roll Poker Open in November. fun in the Sun series in December to wrap up the year. You can go to shrpo.com.
Action starts on C4.
They post their tournaments a full year in advance. They don't want to hear any nonsense from the rest of the country about tournaments overlapping with each other. They've always put their schedules out way in advance and let the other properties fend for themselves. Back to the action. Ryan Ginquetti opening 115 over the 50K big blind. Affleck gonna let it go.
C6 fold. C7 fold, C8 fold.
And Liberto quiet since he's been back to this table, but I'm sure his cards are most of the reason why.
Buttons in C8. C3 folds. C4 fold. C5 and 6 fold. C7 fold.
And action folds to Brewer. Pocket 6 is on the button.
Raise to 110.
110 is the raise. Mimi in the small blind. Gonna muck it.
4 million. Jesus.
Surprise. $60K more for Zamani to call. King 7 suited.
C1 call.
And two players are heads up.
Action on C1.
Jack.
Ace, Jack, Deuce, couple diamonds. Zamani still has King high. 6 is still in the lead.
C8 bets 100. C1 folds.
And 100,000 gets it done. King high has to fold.
Button C9.
I almost brought up that I wouldn't be surprised to see Zamani 3-betting the King 7 suited.
No, I don't know what I would have done. I just do that. I would have called a shove. Easy decision for me when you shove.
Wish I could figure this out.
Brewer and Zamani sounds like they're trolling each other in some fashion. No shortage of that at any poker table. And American Airlines Arena, Ryan pocket aces.
C4 raise 115.
Makes it 115. Affleck out of the way.
C7 fold, C8 fold.
And a couple trash hands getting out of the way. Down to the blinds. Small blind Zamani.
C1 fold.
James Mackey pocket 8s now. So he's going to take some inventory. Ryan's got about $1 million or so. Maybe a shade more. Mackey's got a few options at his disposal. None of them are going to end up very well against the aces unless he improves. And rip all in. Ryan double checking. Yep, story checks out. We are not going anywhere with the aces, and Ryan has a shot to double up aces against 8s.
Heads up, 1 all in.
James Mackey needs one of the 2 remaining black 8s to knock Ryan out. And here we are to the flop. 9-9 deuce, total brick. Backdoor hearts are an option. They are live so far. River brick aces up. Gonna be a winner for Ryan Ginquetti. Doubling up. And big swing and chips. James Mackey down to 3.3 after that hand. Ryan's going to be close to 3 million himself. Liberto and Brewer top our table counts. 5.7 million, 4.5 million respectively. And Mimi at the bottom, 490. Affleck 1.1, Zamani 1.7. Still anyone's game.
Buttons on seat 1. They're probably gonna do a swing.
I'm gonna end up getting in.
I can ask. Can I get you a big blind? Action starts on seat 5.
And Ryan landed that haymaker.
Seat 5.
Got a lot of those nice red chips from James Mackey. Action continues here. Chris Brewer reaching for chips. King 10 offsuit. Raise 110. Mimi next door. Queen 10 suited.
It's supposed to be a 15-minute of fame, guys. Let me finish my drink.
Ooh, he's giving a speech. Brewer feels it coming. He knows it's coming. All right, now it's official. He is all in with that Queen 10. Might not be enough for Brewer to fold. He doesn't want to call, that's for sure.
All in for 515.
515, another 400 to call. Lets it go. Lets it go. Queen 10 gonna pick up the pot
3 of us heard
against
call.
the King 10.
What do you?
I could have sworn that I heard call.
I heard cold.
I 100%
Okay, what on seat 3?
What did you do?
It's funny they're running the joke about making him call, but I'm sure he wishes he had his cards back now. Little did they know, best hand in the muck. That's why those cards have backs on them.
Right?
Yeah. Bartender.
No shortage of drinks here.
Starts on seat 6.
Feature table. Mike Kilker going to start the action. King Queen offsuit. Raise incoming.
6 raise. 125.
125 is the open. Justin studying. And this ace 10's looking pretty good for now. These are some 3-bet hands if I've seen one.
Yes.
And
Seat 7
Roberto
raise.
does indeed
85.
385,000 the current action. And Mimi giving some pause here, facing the open end, the 3-bet ace queen offsuit. And he's got a lot more serious, facing 385K from Roberto.
Seat 9's all in.
Does that qualify for all in? When I say all of it?
All in.
All right, the jokes keep coming. 825,000 from Mimi, all in with the ace queen.
Seat 3 folds.
And Ryan with the fold of ace jack.
Okay.
And Roberto makes the call.
Now do your
And
we got the ace 10 against the ace queen.
I was like, requesting magic at the small teams.
Alright, no more action. Heads up, we're all in. Seat 7 and seat 9.
Ace queen in the lead. Clean flop so far. Roberto needs a 10 and a 10 only. 7 or 4 could chop and does not get there. Ace queen high, gonna take it down.
That ace jack.
So 7,
Ace jack.
50.
And now all of our players over $1 million.
over $1 million. Just like
20 big blinds is nothing to scoff at, and plenty of chips.
I can't believe it. What are you drinking? I need this.
And very recently, Mimi was down to 400 or 500,000, and suddenly finds himself with 2.1 million, climbing the leaderboard. 8-handed action continues here at our feature table. 2 tables left here in the 5,300 main event. My name is Michael Lockey. I'm calling the action here with you in Poker Night in America, Rush Street Productions.
Action starts on seat 7. Buttons on 4. 7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds. Seat 1 fold.
And Zamani Muck at the ace-10. Slightly surprised to see it.
Seat 3 raises, 100.
Certainly had a lot of valid reasons to make.
Seat 4 fold.
Mackey with the queen 5 suited, gonna go ahead and raise in the cutoff. Gets through Ryan. Matt Affleck not looking convinced yet. King 7 suited. And does not put in the 3-bet. Mike Kilker, mirror match here. Queen 5 suited. And maybe someone makes a flush. Maybe someone bluffs the other one out.
Heads up.
A true 50-50 right now. And both players have backdoor flush draws with a gut shot. But alas, queen high is the actual hand, and neither can be too happy about it. And Mike is going to lead.
125.
125 on the flop. And Mack, you're not going anywhere. And both players hit a 5. There is a 4-liner on the board with a 7. Kilker checks. And check back. And river card, 6 pairs on the end, 6s and 5s. I get the impression both players are probably just going to want to show this down and hope it's good enough. Check and check. Chop it up. Queens and 5s. 6s and 5s with a queen, excuse me.
Okay, so extra chip. Okay, buttons.
And that was fun, folks. Still playing 25-50 on the blinds.
Action starts on seat 8. 8 folds.
And Brewer with the fold. Action's on Mimi. Queen 9 suited. Gonna muck it.
Seat 1 fold, seat 3 fold, seat 4 fold. Seat 5 fold.
And a walk for Liberto. Getting it with 5 deuce.
Buttons on seat 6.
Stream is gonna know.
Never look. I know, but
Don't tell them.
Thank you.
big fan of not looking myself.
You're not the blind. Next
Oh, I'm
hand.
not?
No, not yet. Next hand. Close play.
No, I see why he walked away from the table. Yep.
Make sure you join us tomorrow for the official final table. 1 p.m. is the restart. 1:30 Eastern time for the stream start. Make sure you tune in. We'll be calling the action. This is paying $900,000 for the win. There's only 2 tables left. This is one of the 2 tables. And Ryan,
C4 raises, 115.
115,000.
C5 folds, C6 folds.
I kind of like you guys. No aggression, no nothing. Everybody. goes
And
back,
Justin,
you know?
King Jack suited in this small blind.
Doubling up didn't hurt.
Yeah, that kind of helped. That kind of helped.
Pretty sure Justin's not folding. It's just a matter of if he's preferring a call or a 3-bet in this spot. I'm assuming he's going to lean to the 3-bet side. And if history is any indicator, it's on a bigger side. 3 and change is my guess.
Some raises. 3 raised. 2.
Let's see where it goes. 380 on the upper threes. Right on the spot. And now Ryan facing this 3-bet. He knows his opponent is capable. Not the best hand to peel with. Maybe we get a spicy click back here, make it a little 700 back in his face. Maybe not the best type of opponent to do that against. And Ryan lets it go.
Okay. Button and 17. Action starts in seat 1. 1 folds. Seat 3 folds. 4 folds.
And action folds to Matt Affleck in the hijack. Pocket 4s. Playing about 900,000. Gonna let it go.
Seat 6 folds. C7 raises to 100. C8 folds.
Winds up making 30-60.
Doing good shit, my brother. It's all yours.
Lines are up. 30-60.
And as you could hear in the background, Adam Berman delivering the news. Blinds are up 30 and 60 now is the action.
30.
This inflation's getting out of control.
He said it's 30.
30,000. It's 30.
What's dinner break?
That's a little high.
Oh,
That's a little high.
Hour and a half.
That's 75.
There you go.
yeah, I'm on the change.
In an hour and a half, for an hour and a half.
30, right?
Good 'cause I'm hungry. It's like good 'cause I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. So.
I think that drink kind of works.
Action starts in seat 3. 3 folds.
And 30-60 are the blinds now.
4 folds. Seat 5 folds.
I got 100.
Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 raises to 120.
Action started this hand. Chris Brewer on the button has the Queen 9 offsuit. Opens for 120,000.
Seat 9 folds.
Mimi in the small blind had the Queen Jack. Decided to let it go. Zamani with the 5-6 suited. Likely going to defend here. Try to hit a flop.
Heads up. Action starts in seat 1.
And King 10-7 Rainbow. Gut shot for Brewer. Whole lot of nothing for his mind. Got some backdoor equity with the 7 of clubs, but gonna turbo muck.
1 fold.
On to the next one.
Button seat 3.
Just so everyone's aware, our stream is going to be ending a little bit when the dinner break starts for these players. Appreciate you guys staying with us and following the action. We will be back tomorrow for the final table and continue the action here.
I was doing much better when I was done.
Seat 4
players will keep getting to that final table after this dinner break coming up. Matt Affleck, ace jack offsuit. Opens 120.
C6 ball, C7 ball, C8 ball.
Pocket fives on the button for Mimi.
120.
He's got calling chips. Does want to see it. And ace 9 for Zamani here. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take some time there. That would have been a fantastic spot to take that ace 9 and get a little jiggy with it. And the flop 8, 8, 6, couple spades. Fives are still in the lead. Ace jack needs to improve. 6 could be a sneaky counterfeit card for the ace high to win, but
5 checks.
All in.
C9's all in.
ace jack gonna check and rip all in with the fives, not wanting his opponent to catch up if he's ahead. And best hand takes it down.
Buttons on C1.
Well, if we go and break, will they switch who the feature table is? Or we just heal until the...
Unless I have a balance.
Yeah, sure. I just meant, I just wanted...
So we're here till the end of this.
Yeah. Switch it.
That's just gonna say
Yeah,
C5.
scissors. Random table draw for who got the feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Matt Affleck, pocket sixes up front.
You guys didn't love this table.
I just think it's uncomfortable. Like the high, I don't like the high rails.
Yeah, it's Marvin Wilson.
Come on, so excited.
C5 volts.
You can't have headphones on. You gotta get involved with it.
And Justin with the queen jack suited. Expect an open here.
C8 volt. C9 volt. C1 volt. C3 volt.
And 8-4 off for Ryan. Gonna muck it.
TD table, Martin. At least I've ever heard you talk. Everyone entertainment, Martin.
You know, other people.
I paid to play with you, you're not entertaining.
God, you really did get chirping chips.
Yeah. Do all the way here. See your performance. Perform the fuck out of it.
Affleck a short stack with 690K. Still 11 big blinds, plenty to work with. See if his patience will pay off.
6 volt.
Keeping an eye on that clock. And Liberto queen 10.
7
Raise incoming.
120.
Corey Brewer, ace jack offsuit next door. These guys are playing really deep. Expect a 3-bet here, and gonna be interesting how this unfolds. 3-bet is 360,000, full 3x on the open. Mimi's got the 9 high.
Nine volts. 1 volt. 3 volts. 4 volts. 5 volts. 7 volts. Buttons on C4.
All right, action continues. 60K big blind. Justin gonna start us off.
Ashley starts on 7. Some raises to 120. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
And Mike Kilker, 9-10 off in the big blind. Probably going to see a defense here. They're playing a little deep enough. He could probably try to see a flop.
And some 6 scores. Heads up. After 6, 7, 7. Starts on 6.
And a potentially dangerous flop. It is King Jack Trey. A queen would make both players a straight, and that would be bad news for Kilker. But right now, it's just ace high against the 10 high.
And that's 80.
You were having so much fun on the floor, man. Why are you kind of quiet now?
7 folds or 6 folds.
You were the laugh of the party on the floor.
I know nobody's talking now. Joe left.
Yeah.
There's no, you know.
Shit, man. You guys need to loosen up a little bit.
Button-
Where else you
button
gonna put
is on
fucking
5.
$5,000 and like you all trying to win $1 million bucks? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. The stock market ain't gonna give it to you. Bitcoin ain't gonna give it to you.
Lottery.
Oh, forget about that.
Danny Wayne can pass.
Yeah, I had dinner with him yesterday.
We're all in the money. I think we should have fun and have at least one
he
drink,
was
guys.
telling
Come
me
on.
about
How
it.
about we all have one drink on me?
It is very easy for Mimi to say we should all be having fun.
Yeah. That day he bought others previous, but that cause I had dinner with him yesterday. Telling
He
me
was
about
at
it.
under
Eight
1,000.
folds.
Yeah.
Right now, our table's playing 8-handed.
It's 300 just on that one like little back.
It's extremely likely there's 8 players on the other table for 16 left. Current payout is 44,600. There is a pay jump at 15 left. It bumps it up to 54,000. So there's a $10,000 pay jump from 16 to 15. And if you don't think these players are aware of that, you are going to be incorrect.
He doesn't like to drink. I don't want him to feel left out.
Cool.
I know I don't drink at all.
Okay, he'll be the exception to the rule, but everybody else should get a drink.
He's got
120.
And Ryan opens
120.
to the 120 min raise. Matt Affleck on the button here. Ace Queen, I think I saw in the graphics. Indeed. Looks like he's playing around 900,000 or so.
You guys from Florida? No?
I live here, but I'm from Northern California. But I live here.
How you like the Hard Rock?
What?
How you like
I like it. I've been here for 5 years, so.
that shit? That shit.
Yeah.
They have the best
It's all in.
restaurants.
Yeah,
Best
it's very,
club,
it's very
best-
And Matt Affleck all in with the Ace Queen.
7 folds.
I'm from here.
Yeah, I live in Miami Beach.
And Ryan very likely to lay this one down.
Northern, like Sonoma County.
All in's for a little more than what it says on the screen.
Well, they got this right.
955 is the all in. Still plenty of fold equity and gets it through.
People come in town, you gotta come in.
Buttons on feet 6.
It's a great casino.
Yeah.
Can't always have it.
Big pickup for Affleck that hand.
I mean, no
Got
knock on
about a
it.
270K gain, about a 25% pickup on his stack. Those 3-bets can be very profitable.
Kansas City,
The timing is everything.
I went to this one casino. It took me. I had to.
You know, certainly that played into his decision when he folded the Ace Queen earlier in the day. When you're calling it off, you have no fold equity. You are just at the mercy of the board. There's very little poker left to play. Now, certainly he was in a favorable situation there, but that was very easy for us to say from the booth.
Good barbecue.
And Affleck now, Queen 10 offsuit. Lays it down.
You're a professional player or
I just
claim to
6
be?
raises to 150.
I am, but I just took a job in New York, so not anymore.
7 folds.
That's my first time ever playing on a day 3.
Unemployed poker player.
Buttons on
Now I'm
feet
an
7.
employed poker player.
Professional mullet grower.
Yeah, there you go.
It's 60.
You're a trader?
60,
He's on
yes.
salary.
Not trading. Doing some mulching stuff.
From what?
I'm taking like a walking for like a mulching farm out in New York. But I haven't sold yet. It's all fixed.
What was it? I can't.
I got mulching.
Marketing.
6 meters.
Poker translates to a few other things, trading among others.
Mainly just jumping into it.
Ash is supposed to win.
Yeah, it's looks like that. Plus my
And Zamani gonna muck the jack tray. James Mackey, ace deuce suited, gonna pump it up.
There's not much poker out there, right? There's none, right? Are there opening casinos right now, right?
there's no legal poker out there. Yeah, I'm sure. There's like home game
I
stuff.
thought they were starting.
There's also home games in New York.
Yeah,
I thought they were gonna open a poker room or something there.
7 fold.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Maybe.
Cause they have like loopholes like how Texas does it.
And Mimi in the big blind with the ace 4 offsuit.
Texas a long time ago, poker rooms weren't allowed. Now all of a sudden they are the last 5 years or whatever.
And they have legal sports betting. That's actually a big avenue to get a bunch of stuff.
Nine
Once
fold.
that's
I'll let you
Once I
know.
get that, though, it's the only way. I'm like, yeah, you want to do the work? Get poker.
Did you give me a break earlier?
Button on seat 8.
And current chip counts, Liberto 5.8 million in the lead right now. Brewer sitting on 4.7, James Mackey 3.2, Kilker 2.4, Ginquetti 2.1, Mimi 2 million, Zamani 1.1 million, and Matt Affleck back up to 900,000. 15 big blinds for the short stack, leaves plenty of poker left to
I
play.
guess is the ball.
There's 2 tables remaining here in the 5,300 main event.
It's tough to imagine. Like what the biggest they'll have is like a 10K. I don't think I equal Kale.
4 raises to 125.
And Ryan opens ace 4 offsuit.
100Ks. Just cause.
Dude, you never know.
Just to
Portland
piss,
plays, puts all the employees in it.
just to piss Ike off.
7 fold. 8 fold.
Called
Nine
the, like the fuck Ike Invitational. It's Portland play in all balls still got played at 300K.
8-4 suited for Zamani, gonna defend it, trying to hit a flop. And ace, deuce, jack, pair of aces for Ryan, airball for Zamani.
I'm going to Cambodia next month. In like a month and a half or so.
They transition like
You went to Cambodia?
I'm going in like a month and a half.
4
And
Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore.
75 on the C-bet. Going razor thin tiny.
Buttons on
Getting a glare from Zamani, who hates to lay it down for that kind of price.
I've never been back.
Yeah.
My first time, so I'm looking forward to it.
I heard the
I'm
food's
from
good.
Singapore, I'm going with, so it's gonna show me around. Been over in that area so well.
I heard the food's really good.
Well, that trip to Cambodia and Singapore Mimi's talking about will be a lot sweeter if he leaves with this 900,000 in first place.
You were born there or here?
Guys, they're
Here?
awesome.
Here.
And you've
Ash
never
is
been
starts on
really
C4.
like
I have a lot of friends back home in Cambodia.
Four folds.
And Ryan lays it down. Matt Affleck, king 4 suited.
I believe you.
Not gonna play it right now.
6 fold. 7 fold. 8 raises. 120.
And Brewer ace 9 offsuit in the cutoff. Opens it up for 120,000. Mimi on the button with the 9-6 suited. Not gonna bother. And ace 3 for Zamani. It finds the muck.
120.
James Mackey reaching with the jack tray. Not even afraid.
3 and 8.
When you think you play it well post flop, sometimes you just do stuff like this. Jack tray off defends. King, king, 8 with 2 clubs. Brewer has a backdoor 9 high club draw. But that ace 9 high is still the best hand.
3 folds.
And the dust for both players. The ace high gonna take it down.
Okay. Button C1.
Some sports
appreciate all of you for tuning in to this live stream. Couldn't do it without you. Make sure to like and subscribe to all your favorite channels and socials for Poker Night, SHRPO, and Hard Rock Hollywood.
You know, I've never made a day 3 in a tournament ever. It would feel so much better to, like, all of these pro players to kick your ass and fucking take the money.
7 raised to 120. 8 fold.
It would feel so fucking good. I ain't gonna lie to you.
9 fold.
Congrats, Mimi. It's a great feeling to make a deep run in a tournament. Day 3s never get old. He's got a fun attitude. He knows these guys are pros, and he don't care. He can punch with the best of them. Having a blast. Justin's raised with pocket 7s, getting looked up by James Mackey with Jack 10 suited in the small blind.
I only play the main tournaments, the big one, that's all.
And Ryan's actually got a choice here. Probably going to defend this. Math is just right.
Okay, 3 players. Ashley starts on 3.
And Mackey gonna lead him off.
3 checks.
7s are still the best hand, but that ace-king deuce board is a little scary for all players.
Y'all checked out the restaurants? All the restaurants? They have a cigar bar.
Where are you from?
You a prop for this casino?
You know, I'm just, like, I mean, if you're not from South Florida, I mean, I got to tell you about these things. You understand?
7 bets.
Indians are putting no money in my pocket. I already got my money.
260.
You understand? But still, if you're not from South Florida, I want you to.
Folds.
And this Liberto 260K bet is gonna take it down, putting the pressure on.
I'm originally from Haiti. Been here for 25 years.
Buttons on 3.
And, yeah.
Yeah, I love South Florida. I came here for a week 5 years ago, and I never left.
Let me
Been
tell you,
here since.
South Florida minus the hurricane is the best place to be.
You just leave when it's a hurricane.
Yeah.
I was here during Irma.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
left.
Of all the natural disasters, hurricanes are the ones that scare me the least. You get a week notice, you get to leave.
Actually, like a week and a half after it's gone, because they have all the debris.
Northerners are afraid of like flying alligators or something, who knows, but hey, a lot of people come here. Kilker just told a funny story. Showed up 5 years ago and never left.
Well,
Happens more than you think.
You guys know about the hurricane part?
All right, quite a bit of garbage being dealt here. I feel like everyone except Ryan so far has had like a bottom 1% hand. Queen 9 suited though, that is going to be playable.
Depending on the place, I guess I would have different. Like if I was like heel.
Matt's been playing very snug here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ryan do something very aggressive.
Yeah. I have like a shitty little beach shack. That's pretty great.
Playing about 1.2 at the moment, but does decide to limp for 30. Matt in the big blind, 9-4 off.
I mean, it's the fact that sometimes you hear guys that they talk with that accent like they come from Boston. They're so proud of it. They're from New York. Like, yo, we gotta be proud of it. Like being from South Florida. This is the hot spot.
And reaching for a 3-bet, it looks like.
5 raises to 210.
I do enjoy it.
Excuse me, Ryan had limped originally, so Matt is going to take his option at 210,000. 9-4 offsuit. Not gonna do it.
I was here for a week. I stayed here for 3 months after Hard Rock. And then I got in the pub here.
They evicted you.
What?
They evicted you after the
I travel around the world, and I wouldn't give up South Florida.
I would say it was like almost for like a year and a half, 2 years. That's fucking
Yeah, I've lived at the Bahamas for a while. I lived at the Bellagio for like 6 months when I was like 19 years old with a fake ID.
Man, I gotta beat this Mike Kilker guy and have a beer with him. He sounds like someone fun to hang out with.
You don't have to get worried about getting stabbed every day.
Chris Brewer with the King Queen.
Raises to 120.
Gonna open for $120.
1 folds.
James Mackey with the ace-9 off in the cutoff. Let's see if he has some ill intentions. I'm expecting a fold or a 3-bet here, and these are 3-betting chips coming. And he does indeed. 350,000 to new bet. And Matt Affleck, king queen off, decides to muck it as well.
6-1 from actions over.
And Brewer lets down the king queen as well. James Mackey with the 3-bet, getting through multiple king queens.
It's in half now. Right?
Yeah,
Oh, the win. Okay, thanks. I thought we were stopping every half hour. That's great. But I thought they like had to 2 hours.
So they're not having any break on the floor either, right? Yeah.
Players are discussing their upcoming dinner break.
Action starts on 8.
A lot of these guys have been playing. This is not only their 3rd day playing, but also
8 folds.
a lot of hours in a row.
5.
2-hour stretches with just some short breaks. This dinner break's a very much needed 90-minute break for them to relax and regroup. Mimi from seat 9 opens it up. 140,000 with the ace-jack.
4 folds.
Zamani mucking the ace-8 suited. Mackey mucking the trays. These guys a little suspicious at Mimi having a good hand here. And Matt Affleck gonna muck the 8-deuce.
6 folds.
And Justin with the king-6. 80 if he wants to play.
Calls. 140.
And he calls.
Heads up. Action on 7.
Pair of kings for Justin, jacks for Mimi. This pot could be expensive.
9 bets.
Seems likely this is going to get to showdown. Ace-jack is going to bet 100K after the king-6 check to him. I'm imagining he's going to call as opposed to a check raise here. Be a little bit overselling the quality of his hand if he raised. Wants to keep some worse hands in. 5 is a brick for both players. Pair of kings still in the lead. And the jack is reaching still. 250 is the bet. Now Justin's trying to figure out how he wants to play this, kind of reviewing some of the details he thinks about Mimi. Does he want to call here and call a river bet? Does he want to go ahead and call here and just maybe give up if he fires again? With the current hand, I would expect Mimi to check back quite often. Tray of hearts on the river. Backdoor flush does come in. Pair of kings still the best hand. I'd be a little surprised if this doesn't go check, check.
7 checks.
But Mimi reaching, is this a pump fake? Might have been a pump fake.
9 checks.
Yep, it sure was. King-6. Maybe he was trying to get a read. Maybe he changed his mind mid-push. Hard to say at this point. Justin gonna pick up a nice pot with his pair of kings. And an overbet all in would have been pretty fascinating there. We'd still be thinking about it, that's for sure.
Action starts on 9. 9 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Matt Affleck, ace-4 off. Gonna muck it in the cutoff.
6 folds.
And small blind 10-5 suited for Justin. Just took a pot off his opponent in the previous hand. Blind in the under the gun versus big blind scenario. This time he is gonna limp.
7 calls.
Excuse me, I take it back. Chris Brewer's in the middle here. Brewer's the big blind. So Justin going with the limp, blind versus blind. Brewer is weighing his options. And he is going to raise
10.
210 is the new action.
Calls. Heads up. Seven checks. 8 checks. Heads up. 7 check.
Check from Justin. And Brewer checks it back. And Justin's going to make a 5 on the end. Don't think Brewer has spread his cards properly, so we don't know if that is good or bad. Probably a hand Justin's going to want to just try to get the showdown with.
That's 400.
And Brewer betting 400K on the river. Putting a lot of thought into this. Front door flush draws missed. Plenty of straight draws missed. A few of these pairs that beat Justin also probably wouldn't be betting the river, so we can possibly discount some of them. Certainly some concern with the backdoor flush. And looks like Justin's gonna give it up.
Action battle. Button 7.
Button slides.
I have no fucking idea.
Can I get some
Yellow way. Oops.
Thank you.
50-50.
Well, now it's dirty.
There you go. Maybe he'll just tell you if he asks.
Thank you.
Making me wait 29. It won't even be that long. Our tank's like 3 minutes on the river, actually. We're right down to 25.
I have no clue what the delay is. Is it
I should start on 1.
And Zamani Jack Trey, not good enough. And James Mackey with some raisin chips. King Queen suited, gonna pump it up to 125. Matt Affleck getting out of the way.
6 holes.
And Liberto King Jack offsuit on the button. Him and Mackey are not afraid to battle. He's got a sizable chip advantage. And the raise is coming.
8 holes.
340 to go.
9 holes. 340.
Now Mackey's 3 million does seem like a healthy stack. It is in the ballpark of around average. There's about 44 million chips in play. Around a 3 million average stack. He's in this just a smidge above it, and Justin more than double average right now. And he's going to put the pressure on. Mackey wants to see a flop.
3 calls. Heads up. Action on 3.
And flop comes 10-9-5 with a couple hearts. Justin does have a backdoor heart draw. Both players have each other's cards for a gut shot. If either one of those comes in, it could be fireworks because that means the other one's got top pair. But Justin does have the aggression right now. Mackey checked it over.
That's 185. So 185.
And Mackey is going to call the 185.
15 back. What's up? Action on 3. 3 checks.
And the 10 of hearts pairs on the turn. Definitely a good card for Justin, giving him a king high flush draw now.
Bets. 605.
And Justin continues 605. I'm going to make the assumption that Mackey's going to put a decent amount of thought here. And it does decide to fold. If Justin had the type of hands he was repping, a la big overpairs and such, I don't know that he would always be firing those hands on the turn, so it was kind of a suspicious setup, but Mackey's hand wasn't good enough to do anything about it.
I'm being fed all the information.
My brain.
CSM, man.
He's watching you.
I live rent-free in his head. I had a ball hop last yesterday. First time. Just for a little bit extra. That's funny.
And Matt Affleck, ace jack offsuit.
I like that one so much.
Dude, I busted him yesterday, ordered myself Taco Bell. What else would I do?
5 raises to 135. 6 fold.
Certainly not a story I'm going to go into details on, but the the troll level that was going on yesterday was much to the amusement of most of the field. Zamani and Bryn have some drama, and it is something to watch, that's for sure. And Justin is very likely a 3-bet here. He is aware of how concerned Affleck is with the ICM implications, and 3-bet is coming.
320.
Matt Affleck went to 135, 320 from Liberto. Chris Brewer, ace-10 suited. If he were looking to really get out of line, this is a reasonable hand to choose to do it with. The situation is kind of what he's hoping for. Matt with a hand that may not be able to continue, and Justin with the bottom of his range, but a lot of risk there. He decides to lay it down. And Mimi here taking his time with the deuces. Wants to see a flop but can't justify it. 320 the current action. Matt Affleck action's back on him. Matt looks to be playing about 1.1 million effective. Justin clearly covers. He's certainly deciding if a 4-bet's in play, and he weighs against it, decides not to.
Button on right.
If he didn't call you, I would show. If you call, I show. But you went over there, I gotta call.
Blanks.
Yeah, we do know what keeps that.
And the players will be going on their dinner break relatively shortly. It's my understanding that's going to end our coverage for the day. After their dinner break, the players will continue and play down to 7 on their own without us.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds, 8 folds.
Bunch of trash all around.
Earlier in the spot, what's the worst hand you think I'll shove?
And Zamani with the Queen 4 suited, sizing up. 60K on the big blind, and he's gonna rip it. All right, and Mackey's gonna take his time peeling. Queen 9 suited.
I think a million.
Yep, million even.
And
One is all in for 1
James
million.
probably gonna lay this one down. It's a little bit too much for him to want to risk with Queen 9 high, even though he is absolutely crushing the Queen 4 high.
I'm a superstar.
James's problem here is, even though he thinks Zamani's very wide, up to and including hands like Queen 4, some of those are King 4 and some of those are Ace 8s and all of that jazz, and those are currently ahead. Certainly there's some pocket 8s and other hands, that Queen 10, whatnot, that are going to make this Queen 9 not that desirable. And Mackey makes the call.
All right, no more action.
Wow, great call from James Mackey, putting the soul read on Zamani, reading him with the Queen 9 high.
Heads up, 1 all in.
This is a big call for $1 million. And the flop comes flush draw for Zamani. Pair of 9s otherwise, and the river card is a brick.
I wasn't
James
really-
Mackey
really
has
engaged.
eliminated Zamani.
I gotta work that back, you know what I mean?
One is eliminated.
And
Dead
Adam's
button.
going to walk him to the payout station.
He's a fun kid. I like him.
And James Mackey
Really,
laying the heat.
the first 2 days, man. Don't matter.
Very good call.
Sir, do you like something to drink?
No,
I like Martin too, but I like 10,000. That was 15 now, or? Yeah, it was 16.
Just stop after that.
That's off the 9, right?
7. No, it's 7.
Actually starts on seat 5.
I don't know what we combine at though.
That's on your left.
Has to be 9. Oh, actually, could be 10. Could be 10. Yeah. God damn, he sucks.
What?
10 handed. No, they said the.
No, I think they
streams-
won't stop plays
the
at
stream's
9.
done when we go
5
to-
folds.
7
7?
The final table
No,
stream?
I think
Six
it's
folds.
The final table will be streamed. The final 7 will stream
7?
them all up. But if we get to 10, like the 10, it won't be streamed
I
once we
get
go
it,
to
I
double.
get it.
I was
So
hoping,
it's
I was
7
hoping to
more.
make number
7
8.
raise
I
to
guess.
120.
Wrapping it up.
And action continues. Justin waking up to pocket jacks.
That's not gonna happen, man.
3 folds.
I just wanted to make sure if that or not.
And Ryan taking his time in the big blind. Justin made it 120. Ryan's got the 9-10. He wants to defend, it looks like.
Full call.
And to the flop they go.
Heads up.
15.
Action on
And
flop.
this could be trouble for Ryan. He's got top pair and a gut shot against the overpair. Justin's probably not going to be interested in going anywhere anytime soon.
And they can't bring in new players, huh?
We might balance it.
It should be 7 and 8 right now.
If we lose one more, they'll bring one in.
They have 8, we have 7.
Oh, okay.
And players are discussing there now down to 15. And that is the pay jump that a few of the players were looking for. Zamani was our 16th place finisher. And those players did get a $10,000 pay jump. $54,000 the current action.
Four calls.
Justin betting 135 and Ryan gonna call. And boom, just like that, tides have turned. 3 of a kind 9s for Ryan. He is well in the lead now.
4 checks.
And this is a tricky spot for Justin. Doesn't want to give any free cards to the draws, but he certainly doesn't know if Ryan has a 9 or not. He will be able to get some value from a 7 or a 6 on the river, so he decides to check. That's going to keep the pot a little bit smaller. Front door flush does make it. Ryan does block the 10 of hearts, so he's probably not all that concerned. He's also probably assuming Justin's going to fire a flush draw more often than not, just by his play style. Obviously, he was able to check an overpair here, so he's certainly not going to be locked into that, but I wouldn't be concerned that Ryan's river bet's going to get raised too often.
Full bets. 325.
And 325. And I don't see Justin getting away here. His hand's a little bit too good. No reason to turn it into a bluff. That would be suicidal. Probably going to pay off this 3 1/4, and we're going to move to the next hand.
They jump at 12?
Yeah, they did 12 and then 8, I think. Or 12 and 10.
And there it is. 3 of a kind for Ryan. Going to take it down. Other players at the table discussing the next pay jump.
12 and 11 pay the same as the
The next 3 players will each get the same $54,920. After that, 12th and 11th are going to get a bump of $15,000, and 9th and 10th will get $90,000. So 9th and 10th will get $90,000, 11th and 12th will get $69,000, and 13th through 15th will be cashing for $54,000 here at the 5300 main event here at Hard Rock Hollywood.
Action on seat 6.
Generally, with 2 tables left, there's some quick action at 18, at 15, and 12. As soon as those bubbles break, whoever was trying to get across the line is then going to be willing to gamble a little bit.
9 is all in.
And as advertised,
3 folds.
Mimi is all in. And Ryan going to muck the ace-4, and Matt Affleck with the 9-6 suited. Gonna fold it.
Action's over.
And boom, shakalaka.
Buttons on 4.
No worries. We were good.
Our final 8 players will all be guaranteed at least $122,000 for their efforts, all the way up to the first place prize of $900,000 and $900 and $100,000. It's a hard one to say. 900100. That's the best way for me to get that across. Shade over a 900 piece for our winner tomorrow. Be sure to join us. The stream will start at 1:30. The actual action starts at 1 o'clock with the delay. Some of these players will be on that table. Some of them will not. Ooh, we got a little screenshot slipping in there. And action fold to Ryan. He's got the Jack 5 off. Not afraid.
4 raises to 130.
Buck 30.
5 folds.
And the 9-5 finds the muck. Mike Kilker, however, pocket 10s in the big blind. Not going to be going anywhere. And raisin chips are coming.
C6 raises to 390.
390 the new bet. And for Ryan, this is probably just some Hollywooding here. Doubt he's going to want to rip it in with the Jack 5. There are some other hands he could turn into bluffs, but this probably isn't one of them.
C4 fold.
And 3 bet and take 4 Kilker.
Buttons on 5.
And action continues here. 30-60 are the blinds. Players are coming up on their dinner break in the next few minutes or so. We'll be bringing the action to you all the way up to that point. 38 minutes from now.
Nine fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 folds.
And a lot of junk being dealt, with the exception of this ace-king here by Mike Kilker. Blind versus blind here with Justin, one of our chip leaders.
Six raise to 150.
And 150,000 is the raise. 6-5 offsuit for Liberto. He's trying to get a little bit of a chip count and understanding where he's at. He's going to make the call.
Heads up.
See what happens.
C6 and 7. Action on 6.
And Queen 5-4 gives pair of 5s the lead. Ace King does have a backdoor hard draw that would be best. But for now, 5s.
That's 125.
Doubt Justin's going anywhere yet. Makes the call.
Heads up.
Let's see what the turn card is. And ace gives Kilker the best hand.
Do this all day. No joke.
Sometimes. It's got to stretch.
Certainly not a great card for Justin. And Mike is reaching
260.
260,000 on the turn. Putting a lot of thought into this one. Gonna lay it down.
Yeah, look
I
at
see
chip
it.
on the side.
It's like a little piece of something.
Yeah, so we can't do ace.
Oh. Oh. Floor.
It looks like the players noticed a little ding in one of the cards. They're gonna get that replaced real quick, and we'll keep the action going.
We need to do that.
Yeah, we have like a.
And these RFID cards are very thick and hard to handle. Snap easy.
I thought it was like a piece of paper or something. I didn't realize that was on there. I guess I'm gonna switch out while we do that.
And we're gonna have a dealer change, get everyone set up and situated. Keep the action going. Make sure we got our replacement cards ready.
Okay, that's faster than I could then. All right, so
You want the whole deck?
Thanks for keeping up with us and all the action here on Poker Night. Got the final table tomorrow. We're calling it down for a little bit longer, another half hour, 35 minutes or so today. And then final table tomorrow, continuing. Other tables in play in the main room.
Testing, can you hear me? No, it's not plugged in. I don't have a battery. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. New dealer, new action. 30-60 still.
That wasn't mine.
And action continues here. 30-60. Mimi will lead the action up front.
Mine raises to 150,000.
And raised by the pocket fours up to 150.
6 folds.
And Justin putting some thought into the 8-4 suited here. Not ready to give it up quite yet. But he does. And Brewer folds the big blind. Quick reminder, today was the start of the 25K high roller, 2 million guaranteed. They blew past that by another 420K or so. 2.4 million in that prize pool. 98 players. You love to see it. They'll be battling it out for another Hard Rock Poker Trophy. Also, we got a satellite tonight. If you're still looking for some action to the 10K tomorrow, there's a 1K satellite this evening. If you want to play that 10K 500,000 prize pool tomorrow, you want to check that out. Get in, get that early little parlay, turn the 1K into the 10K cash. These guys are looking to turn that 5K parlay into 900,000. Ryan opening up the ace-7. Matt Affleck in the muck. Gilker down behind. And Justin on the button.
Everyone folded around to 9 folds.
And Mimi lays it down. Seven here on our feature table.
That's 30, right?
Yes, 30, 60, 60.
Can't keep track of that.
These players are on day 3. They are battling, looking to make the day 4 and the final table.
Renee's my sister's name.
Just an hour?
It's my mom's middle name.
She must be lovely.
Spelled the same way too. With 2 E's.
So 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
And a couple trash hands up front.
You would have a hell of a
Not a lot of action to start. Brewer gonna muck the button. Mimi with the 7 Dewey. You wanted to have some fun. Let's see if he's a man of his word.
All in.
9 is all in.
Ripping all in with the 7 deuce off. James Mackey, ace deuce suited. Might find a call here.
The worst possible. That was really good.
He is going to be in fantastic shape if he does decide to. This is a big rip here. 1.4 million. A little over 20 blinds.
1.28.
And I think Mackey's going to find a fold here. This is a little bit too much. If he somehow finds the call, he is going to be in great shape.
If it's good, it's good.
Mimi knows he needs to table talk his way out of this one. If he gets called, he is going to be in rough shape. And James makes the call. Wow.
You played this garbage? I can't believe you.
We had a 7-8 instead of a 7 deuce. Just a little graphic mix-up. 7-8 against the ace deuce. Clean flop, ace high still in the lead. Gut shot for the 7-8. Jack pairs and 3 jacks gives ace high the best hand. Mackey's gonna hold 7-8 against the ace deuce. Blind versus blind, rips it in. 1.2 million. 20 bigs. Mackey holds on.
All right, guys, good luck.
And Mimi will be our next finisher. And Adam's going to take him to the pay table. He's going to get, let's see the exact number again, $54,920 for his efforts. Great run, Mimi. And the show keeps rolling. We are now 6-handed on our feature table.
7 folds, 8 folds.
And blind versus blind, James Mackey against Ryan. Ryan's playing about Call it in the 2 million range. James is going to raise 200,000 with the king 7 suited. And Ryan, queen 6 offsuit. Not going to be thrilled about that one. And he decides against it. I'm sure he had ill intentions on the mind.
No, we do have a playout coming now.
Yes.
Yeah, is it fine to put him in 1 for space purposes? I mean, it's not gonna change it, there's not gonna.
Where are we at?
Technically it does. It's a playout.
Don't forget another player it does.
Yeah. He's gotta go here.
Am I dealing him in tonight or?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely dealing him in. Let him get his picture real quick. He's coming over.
Yes.
All right, it sounds like we are getting a player moved to the 9 seat. Adam's directing him to his new seat. Let's see which player we are getting back. Ooh.
And can you tell me how many chips you have?
3.
You can count it. It doesn't have to be right this second.
All right, we're going to get the chip count and the details for our new player. In the meantime, Justin's going to raise.
Seat 7 raises to 120,000, 8 folds. 9 folds. Three calls.
And James Mackey, Queen Jack offsuit, going to make it 120 on the button. Ryan in the small blind, pocket 6s. Calls 120.
4 calls. 5 folds.
Excuse me, Justin opened the action for 120. Mackey called the 120. Ryan overcalls 3 ways to the flop. And 5-5-4, couple hearts. 6 is still in the lead.
4 checks.
And Justin has not been afraid to fire in these multi-way pots. Ace-10 gonna let it rip for 100. Mackey decides to let it go. And Ryan got a couple different options here. Folds, or call is certainly fine. Check raise has some merits. King of Hearts on turn. It's a card that I expect Justin to continue barreling on, even though it doesn't improve him. It's going to make it difficult for Ryan to continue, but he does have a 6-high flush for what it's worth.
4 checks.
And he's going to check it over. Putting a lot of thought into this. King of Hearts definitely changes a lot of the board. But he is reaching.
That's 140,000.
Yeah, very small sizing here. Current action so far went 123 ways, then 100K 2 ways. 6 or 7 in the pot. Betting 140 here.
4 calls.
Going to be in the 15 to 20% pot range on the small side for sure. And 5 on the river makes a full house for Ryan. If he gets the showdown, he is going to win this pot.
4 checks.
He is going to check it over. And now, part of Justin's small bet is that it probably fishes out a few of the very good hands on the turn. Like, I do believe Ryan's flushes and even his, 5Xs before the quads come. A lot of those are probably going to check raise on the turn or the flop. So when he checks called twice, I think he's somewhat limited to a lot of 1-pair hands. Some missed straight draws. King is pretty unlikely to have connected Ryan. Wouldn't be surprised to see Justin put the hammer down here. And he is going to bet it.
7 bets, 715,000.
And now Ryan has a decision here, 715,000 with his full house. Certainly noteworthy that Justin fired 3 ways on the flop. James was in there too. Theoretically could strengthen his range a little bit, something that is certainly concerning Ryan. Obviously, if Justin has a hand like ace-10, he could easily have a random king in there. Would he value bet some other hands like pocket 8s, pocket jacks? Maybe not. Those hands might not go this big. Certainly some things that Orion's thinking about. Taking inventory if he loses, gonna be a pain if it does cost him. Doesn't want to fold, that's for sure. And Ryan makes the call. Big pot heading to the full house. 5s full of 6s against the ace high. And that is going to swing the momentum quite a bit. Ryan with a very nice pickup.
Don't you do a small blind last time?
He does.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, yeah. That's right. I'm sorry, I got confused.
Yeah, I just heard small blind too.
And a great call from Ryan gives him that big pot. Not going to be phased. Justin, he's going to keep it up. Not afraid to put it in. And we do have a new player to the table. An ace-5 in the 9 seat. Player is playing a little more than 3 million. And he's reaching for raising chips. 135 is the action. Affleck with the ace-4 here.
5 folds.
And Kilker king-5. Got a discount. But not gonna bother. Ace-5 for our new player in seat 9. Gonna take it down. action. Folds to Ryan in the cutoff. He's got an ace-7 suited. Expect this to get raised. And it is 130.
130,000. 130. 5 folds. 6 folds.
And Justin has the 9-7 off. 70K for him to call. Has a 60K discount in the big. Wants to get some chips back. And back for more fun. Justin against Ryan. King Jack 5 completely misses both players.
7 checks.
Justin checks. And Ryan with a down bet of 80. 9-7, not going to be able to continue. And the heater continues for Ryan. And our new player, Steinman, going to start the action with a 5 tray. Sends it in the muck. 60K, still the blinds.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
And blind versus blind, Justin versus Chris. 10 tray.
7 falls.
Jack 10 for Brewer. And checks it. 2 players. Jack 10 against a 10 tray. And ace 9, king, couple hearts. Gut shot for Brewer. 10 tray high for Justin. And gonna bet them in 60,000. Trying to pick it up cheap. Brewer's gut shot's not gonna allow that. He is going to make the call. Kings are gonna pair. Jack high is still the best hand. High from Justin, gonna check. And now double flush draw on the board. The kings have paired. Just Jack high otherwise. And Chris Brewer is gonna check. And last card is A4. Jack high the best hand. Either player bets at this, they're probably going to win. Check, check, though. 10 high against the jack. And Brewer takes down the blind versus blind pot. If you have yet to check out the Edge player, make sure you log on to pokernight.com. Use your crypto wallet, MetaMask preferably. Connect it to the website and start watching the streams. He'll start paying you in attention tokens.
5,000. So
Make sure you check that out. Feel free to ask us in the comments or questions, anything you got on that.
we're gonna move inside to
C3 raises to 125,000. 4 and 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 folds.
Definitely a lot of fatigue setting in for these players. They have been putting in some long hours, day 3. Trying to make all the best decisions they can, playing for life-changing money, $900,000 for the winner.
That's an 8.
And Ryan's going to lead the action.
4 folds. 5 folds.
And Mike Kilker going to take the option to raise with the 5-6 suited.
6 bets 150,000.
He's going to choose 150K.
9
It's 5-6.
I can only give you 25s. I'll take that. Yeah.
And he's going to steal the blinds.
Well, it looks like it's 190, but I'm saying you should just make it 175.
820,000.
Can I get a back?
Yeah.
Can I get a back?
Matt Affleck's going to lead the action off 30-60's current blinds.
See 5 folds.
And Ace-Jack suited from Mike Kilker in the under the gun +1 seat. Expect him to play.
Seat 6 raises to
And he does for 150. Justin going to get out of the way. Chris Brewer
7 folds.
investigating a little bit. He's got pocket 5s.
What you have?
And Brewer with the call. Wanting to flop a set. Play a little post flop.
9 folds.
Steinman with the muck. James Mackey, pocket 10s in the small blind. This could be some fireworks. But he is electing to call. Gonna try to keep the pot small. He probably suspects that Mike doesn't have an air ball. He probably has something reasonable, even though these hands are very close to each other.
4 players. 3 checks.
I think I heard the dealer say 4 players, but I think we only got 3. I don't know if anyone else is still in.
6 checks.
Fives have a gut shot. 10s have the same gut shot. Ace Jack high. Otherwise, for Kilker.
That's 200,000.
And 200,000 from Brewer. It's a pretty good flop for Mackey. He's going to call with his overpair.
6 folds.
And Ace Jack going to get out of the way. 2 players.
3 checks.
4s help to neither player. James checks the small blind over to Brewer. Kind of messy putting Mackey on a hand here, flattening the small blind and calling the flop.
Eight bets 1 million.
And 10 Redbirds going in there. 1 million is the bet. These guys are playing pretty deep. Mackey has to like his hand against Brewer. If this were the heat coming from Kilker, I could imagine Mackey would be a lot more concerned.
1 million.
And Mackey is going to make the call for 1 million. 10s are in the lead against the 5s. And a deuce of hearts on the river. Mackey checks the 10s over. Let's see if Brewer wants to turn this hand into a bluff. He is almost certain he does not have the best hand. And with this pot getting as large as it has, it's going to be an interesting scenario if he decides to bet all in or something of the other large varieties.
Eight bets 2.8 million.
2.8 million is almost all in. It is a huge river bet here. James Mackey thought he was laying the trap, and now he's got something to think about. All right, 2.8 million. He's going to see what that would leave him with. Got about 4 right now. He's counting. Leave him with about 1.2 million if he calls and loses this pot. But if he calls and wins, however, he will be a very big chip stack at this table, likely the leader overall. Hard to say what's going on at the other table, of course. Feels really odd for Brewer to have a flush here. Certainly could have a set. Any of the sets would play this way. And even some of the 2 pairs are kind of weird. 9-8 maybe, but, you know, 8-6 I'm not really seeing. 6-4 I'm not really seeing. 6-9 I'm not really seeing. There's actually not many 2 pairs that he can have. And Mackey makes the fold. Chris Brewer gets it through. Huge pot. I don't blame Mackey one bit, but that was a tough one. Chris Brewer getting out of line. Gets the bluff through. Mackey's going to be sick when he sees that one, but that's part of the game. And Kilker going to fold up front. Action on Justin. Got a raise in coming with the ace-4 suited. James Mackey on the button, ace-jack offsuit, gonna call. Not afraid to flat call. And Matt Affleck, 10 big blinds, queen 8 suited facing the min open. Has to be concerned about Mackey's flat too. There's a lot of money in there. He may want to go after it. At the very least, he is going to go to the flop and try to improve. He's getting a good price, 60K more. And the queen 8 against the ace-4 and the ace-jack. Pretty fair fight so far. And that is a favorable flop for Justin. Liberto has the straight flush draw with the ace-4 of hearts. Everyone else has queen high and ace high otherwise. Mackey was still with the best hand. Justin certainly not going anywhere. Don't plan on slowing down anytime soon.
7 bets, 90,000.
90?
90.
And I expect Mackey to call.
False.
Ace-Jack just rates to be in such good shape. If Justin didn't have the straight flush draw, pure ace-4 against an ace-Jack, for example.
I'm assuming they'll wait to start the hour, though,
And deuce on the turn gives Justin a chop thus far.
Yeah, but
Ace-Jack and ace-4 are chopping.
color up and move our chips. Okay,
I mean, that table's gonna color up too, but the move, I'll throw a couple extra minutes back.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take.
we had 90 hours.
I get what you're saying. So
7 bucks.
Justin with the check. He knows Mackey's not calling him with the 0 on the flop.
3 checks.
And queen on the river. Justin bricks all the draws in the world. Still has the best hand with ace high as a tie. And the ace is going to check, and Mackey's going to check it back. And these two are going to split this pot. And the players might be on their break now.
All right, so here's what we're doing. We're gonna do the color up and race off real quick, and then head over to.
All right, they are going to do the color up. Adam's directing the players on how to continue. I want to appreciate and thank you guys so much for tuning in today. These players are going to continue battling after their dinner break. The production team is going to take a break. We will be back tomorrow with the final table, going live at exactly 1 p.m. Eastern, with the stream starting 30 minutes later at 1:30. Please check that out. Once again, all the biggest shout outs to Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida for having Poker Night in America and Rush Street Interactive. We appreciate everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Till tomorrow, take care.